This is part 2, the continuation of the big backlog catch-up extravaganza that we've been running this weekend, and we will pick up pretty much directly where we left off. I finished the last stream with one of Goku D's post 3.0 levels, and he uploaded a new one in the time that I was streaming and published it pretty much directly after the fact, so we'll play that first. Blue Beam Battalion, you can already see the blue Magic Koopa, so blue Mecha Koopa rather, in the spaceship, in the battalion, in the preview image. So we'll see what happens when Ludwig's Blue Beam Battalion is sighted. Scramble all fighters. Galaxy music, of course. And yeah, they're just going to be neatly tucked in there, and they'll fire at you very safely. I kind of like that as a tutorial setup of sorts before the first dangerous one comes up. The Night Airship Space theme in SMB1, retrofitted into SMB1, is one that Goku D has ample practice with. Some of his most popular levels are in this style. We totally, I think, missed a chance to float up there, but no, we'll have another go at it. Manny Mannington, hello. Welcome to the stream. We are doing a big catch-up, as you can see. Some, level codes that are already on my followed list and otherwise drafted from the community. We'll be running some full worlds later on tonight, and then going back to a regular viewer submission program during the middle of the week. But yeah, people have been publishing so much stuff all of a sudden. Manny, so I'm not taking new level codes tonight. I am absolutely willing to play yours, and I have played troll levels before. You'll probably want to drop me a follow, because I'm currently doing a recording session for people whose levels have already been sent to me. I would be quite glad to look at troll levels, and I play test them quite often. My viewer level times tend to be Mondays and Wednesdays, but the schedule has been increasing lately since people are just suddenly making so much stuff. If I have time at the end, I might be able to do some additional playtesting, but I've basically already committed my schedule today to a couple of people who wanted to get their worlds recorded, so thank you for dropping by anyway. I appreciate the follow, and I hope to see that one soon. Whoops. Hey, let's actually pay attention here and watch the beams in advance. Got that money, I am back. I saw that Goku D had uploaded this pretty much directly after I cut off the previous stream. Also, because we had arranged this time to run some of the complete worlds that may include the rest of yours if you stick around. I feel like we need to do it some justice after wiping for so long on the secret path in 1-2. Let's continue. And here we finally see our first sight of some of the red Koopas, varying up the arsenal. I really do have to get back to finishing my own level, but I guess the faster I get through the deluge of new submissions and new creations from this week, the better. Okay, this is a nice little exit point here. Yeah, it is really one of the most unique new elements. So here's Ludwig riding one of the Zappa Koopas, taking out his own mount. As usual with the mini-boss stacking setups, you always kind of have to design around the fact that they will unstack when they go into their rolling animation. In this particular level, I think that actually works well as a bit of a phase 2 to the encounter where you release him after you bop him the first time. Get rid of the laser. And does interesting things to the difficulty. You no longer need to worry about the laser, but at the same time, you kind of have to work around his much more flexible movement pattern. And there we are, that is complete. And Manny, I'm glad you liked the voice. And it's partly because I've already talked my face off from playing hours of levels earlier today. But we'll do more. Okay, so did have something mapped out after this one. Hey, SuperPhil32, welcome. Phil, so we will do yours in a bit. I'm going to queue up one 6th level world that is going to be ahead of you just because it's shorter and it is probably completable faster, but I'm going to see if the creator shows up for that one. So I'm just going to do a couple of these single levels in the meantime, run that world, and then probably run yours directly after. So thank you for dropping by. Unless, of course, you have to go much earlier, in which case we'll try to juggle the schedule around a bit. And now, what was I going to pull up? Yeah, we got so many returning makers as well. Okay, let's take a look at what Lecter has. He says, Boombox, Bully Road. Don't drink and design car levels. Green pipes are reset pipes. That's about a 15%. Lecter is a maker I know from my Discord communities and who also shows up in the same circle of Twitch channels from time to time. Wow, this is potentially interesting. Okay, so it's going to be a car shot level. We're going to lose the hat already, which tells me that we may have to, well, drive back and let's see if we can find another one. This car's already falling apart. Okay. Try this again and let's drive properly this time. Easier said than done. The car tends to give me all kinds of trouble, as you can see here. There we are. Whoa. Whoa. That's all kinds of trouble. At least the bully is not too much of a problem. Okay, let's get back over. Whoa, okay, at least we get to refresh with a new car. It's going to be jump switch right there. Actually, no, that was supposed to be a tap switch. Messed that up. Let's see if we can respawn the car somehow, or let's have to make it without, which is fine by me. Wow. Gonna be quite an encounter. Probably is something that requires the car later on, but for now we'll just manage with the charge shots since the timer is not all that strict. Okay, here we go. I don't want to hit that switch, in fact, because we'll activate all the spikes. Let's just grab a checkpoint and grab a new car. Okay. Wow. That's quite a lot to deal with the on-off bounce platforms at the top. Another looping structure. Now, I don't know if these are shoot or bounce on bounce. Okay. The quest to make a playable car level continues. Actually, this is a pretty good effort. The ants make the car more manageable. There we go. I think this is... Okay, let's try to get a safe landing. Whoa. There we go. Oh, missed a shot. Okay. You have to get back down. Grab a new cannon. Figure out how to get back down safely. Let's grab one here. And we're going to go up top and then take a charge shot. We can make it there safely. Time may be a bit of an issue. To get back down to the 100-second mark or so. Okay. It's fine. This is fine. It means we'll have a charge shot ready to go. Oh boy. Nope, missed the jump. There we are. Now we have made things complex. Whoa. Okay, only blues there. That's fine, we mastered that segment. With practice. All a matter of practice. And actually the checkpoint's right here, so I just need to figure it out again now that we understand the bully positioning a little better. Also the flow of the level. Okay. Seems like there is a bit of a tactic of trying to spam the shots while you're bouncing high. Oh boy. Hey, that's fine. We cover the vehicle. Yeah, it turns out the trick to making the car playable is just to get it to bounce all over the place. Well, somewhat playable. Let's try to build a little bit of momentum going into that. There we go. Oh, nope. We actually managed to land that shot. Remarkable. Let's see if that cannon box is still accessible. Okay. Can we get it? Can we get it? There we go. Oh boy. Okay, let's climb this. Looks like this is optional anyhow. Yeah, I think even the Link update was something that got a little bit lost in the massive slate of releases. I mean, with everybody just kind of overloaded with games last autumn, certainly some people didn't trickle back in until now, and they're discovering just a vast wealth of content and seeing things like Link for the first time. So. Okay. Go. Home elector. Oops. Oh. You're drunk. Fit to make, not necessarily fit to drive. Okay. Now, there was actually one additional thing I had from Lecter that I started streaming a little while ago that is kind of unfinished business because I had not actually finished the level. I was in a bit of a hurry. So this is the Escherian escalation. Dear Mario, please come to my tower. I baked you a cake. Yours truly, MC. And so it was kind of an art level that was inspired by the geometric paradoxes of MC Escher, and we only made it into about the first checkpoint, so I'm going to show this off for a bit. And hopefully clear the rest, because this is a concept that I just found wonderful immediately. Even if it is an upside down level. So here's the famous Escher snake staircase. Just have to navigate our way around. Watch those belts. Then on to the next segment. So this is a room of paying close attention to semi-solid stacking. As you can see, this is not actually a stack. We need to lead the cannonball up and jump on it for the P. Whoops. Here we go. Oh, yes, this is the segment we had trouble on previously. Okay. But yeah, it's quite nice to see traditional makers in particular get a bit of a second burst of life with the world maps, which, you know, I think they've certainly breathed a lot of life into a certain style of play, as you folks with traditional worlds have been seeing. A lot of people are indeed using the world browser to kind of get a more full-sized experience as a player. 44 rather. Sorry, didn't mean to subtract 2 off your number. Welcome. Oops. Okay, keep missing here. Have to be a little bit more careful with the wiggler segment up top. Okay. Okay, we should just watch the semi-solids to begin with. Be a little more careful. Note the platforms that are actually safe, because that's one thing that's a challenge in this course, is just recognizing when things are not just background decorations and keeping them straight in your head. Oh, whoops. Got nudged there. Okay, let's do this again. And okay. There we go. A bit of a reach for that P-switch. We managed it. I have to get out of the habit of nudging my way towards that coin. Probably would have been easier if I went right to left, but... Hey, there we go. Alright. So there is kind of a safety zone right on top of that block, but we need to, I think, jump on a cannonball to get on top of it. Really cool pattern. Look at this. Whoa. Okay. Ah, yes, I can stand on top of that semi-solid now. There we go. Here's another paradox for you. That door is going to take you up to the upper level, I'm sure. And yeah, it's like a gallery of paintings. Look at this. Look at this. It's all framed artwork. And we should pay attention to this artwork because I think it's going to be relevant to some sort of puzzle. Maybe. Oh. Or maybe it's just a gallery. Being an art level. Always love seeing levels that are inspired by real artwork. Did see that there was the Mondrian Broadway Boogie Woogie level that Dial had made, and I don't think I've actually played that one yet. I think I saw that one of you had, but would make for a nice companion piece to this one, I think. I may very well pull that one up later. Okay, here we are. Through the gallery. Back into Upside Down World. Let's grab that helmet. And let's make our way up this escalating structure. And, okay, so there's a power, there's a bomb, and I think I need to come up here and find some way to ignite the bomb. Remembering to press down instead of up to climb Divine is actually the trickiest thing here. Sort of keeping the jump physics in mind. Remarkably difficult. Okay, so now we need to bounce on that bomb. Bounce on a cannon, rather, and then hit the P. Whoa. Very easy to just lose your touch here. Okay. Oh, like that. Fine, we'll just back up top. Okay. Actually, why am I doing that? I can just jump on the left. Yeah, that's much easier. Let's see why I'm doing that. Because the whole point is to raise this cannon. So now it releases the POW block, and the POW block will allow me to do what? It will allow me to weigh down this seesaw. Let's go back and grab it. Really cool puzzle interaction here. Will allow me to traverse the rest of this. Okay, let's set this down gently. Or do I want to? I think I want to. Probably. I don't think that's the balancing no, I think that'll work, because I can get in from below. Maybe. Yeah. That should work. Nope, hang on. What happened to the POW block there? Did it not weigh down? Okay. Seems like that should be the answer. Oh, or maybe I need to weigh that seesaw down even further. I don't think it goes any further, though. As firmly as it will stand. Then we should apply our understanding of physics. Maybe stand here. Release. Then do it. And yeah, that should leave us enough room. There we go. And there we are, checkpoint. Okay, so interesting structure here. This. cylinder of pokies that's going to wrap all the way around you. Knock off your helmet. Eventually we'll want to hit a P-switch, which will allow us to release the snake block and let us down the red pipe. Like it. So let's climb more of these steps. This curving structure, rather. Whoa. Really close there. Key activation has happened already. Okay, I see. Because it is based on the swamp. Now, is this something that will give us sufficient time? Actually, I'm going to knock out the Wiggler. With good key timing. Nope, it's on a track. It doesn't do that. I just need to beat the timer. Lift that. That do. I think it actually allows us to climb up the left side, but great. Oh, gives us a shell. Let's go down and grab the shell net. Not die in the process. Let's take another shell in case we need it. Okay, here we are. Yeah, we can take that P-switch too. We'll take the shell. Might be useful for, well, refreshing the shell first of all. Look at this spiral pattern here, or this cylinder. It's a neat little rack stacking effect. Very cool. Working our way back down safely, though, might be a challenge. Let's just follow the rotation. Move on. Okay, this should be curtain. It says okay. We're going to be in this upside down structure with skulls pointing up, and I guess we'll have to drop into the claw and oh. There we are. Well, that escalated quickly. Okay, so at this point, in the interests of time, I think we will take a look at Bill 32's adventure. So, I know you had a whole bunch of the re-uploaded levels that were already on my list here, and populating it is just... But I think it'll be easier for me to... Oh no, that's Lactor's list. Let's try to scroll down and find you. I might need to go to my subscription list. Oh, it's going to be easier that way. Yeah, it's a beautiful visual concept. That's how I first heard about that level. I mean, I follow Lecter's levels quite closely, but I saw him show off that visual concept when it was still in the works, and thought it was absolutely wonderful. So I'm glad I finally got to see that level from top to bottom. There we go, Phil. So Phil, I hope you're satisfied enough with the patches that you've made to some levels that you've needed to fix more than once, that we're now in a very playable state. Looks like that is a very hard-earned royal crown and cape. I'd imagine that, you know, since you re-uploaded everything, you've gotten pretty much all of these likes from scratch again, so very well done. Definitely no small feat to do that, even though you had the levels more or less ready to go. So, 8 worlds, 32 courses. I believe you branded this as Super Mario Adventure 2. I think what I will do with this is I'm going to take a look at that initial bank of lives first of all. So you're going to start with 3 lives. So I am going to play in a way that hopefully makes the live system and the balancing of your difficulty and power-ups a little more consequential. I'm going to play up to the first game over, and then we'll see how we're doing for time. I might hit a game over, run 1 or 2 other levels and then get back into this. Although that depends on how I hit the game over. If it's because I get sidetracked by a bonus room like I did with Got That Money in the previous session, then maybe we'll kind of skirt our rule a little bit. But I'm going to try to play this in such a way that we do as much of the game as possible without a life reset or continue. And given the difficulty balancing of your levels originally, I think that will be doable, but also just enough of a challenge to keep me on my toes. So, let's play. Which also means I can't be quite as careless as I usually am. The easier levels. I think starting with 3 might be a very interesting balancing move. I haven't really seen any worlds that start with 3 yet. I saw a lot of people start with 5 and some with 30 to mimic Endless. Yeah, we actually do want coins. Send a Koopa down here as well. So of course I had seen all of these in their original form, but I know you patched pretty much everything and re-uploaded everything almost in sequence. This pipe, of course, signals very clearly with the way that it pokes through the ground that it is going to take us underground in a very traditional sense. And so yeah, I do remember how you laid this out in such a way that each world alternates between the various themes, the various styles rather, and oh, here's our first change already. We have an NSMBU 1-1, so of course we are going to have the acorn. Definitely already a fresh experience. Yeah, not going for a record time for this by any means. Just going to try to see what we can and really kind of explore the content that tends to get overlooked with a standard clear. Certainly in their original form, I found it rewarding to see the effort that you had put into making things like optional rooms and one-ups that are placed to make me regret my life choices. There we go, healthy start. 6 lives after 1-1. And yeah, let's give you a fresh raft of likes. As we can see, people pressing the speed records already with a sub 20-second time. And sure, let's do a bonus game. We are starting on a fairly small bank, and I'm terrible at this particular game anyway. Nope. Oh, there we go. Actually, got one of these for once. Okay, a modest result, but still a result. Let's look at 1-2. Coin Block Cavern. Oh, I can absolutely believe it, given that I think, you know, people who play a lot of Mario Maker, they have a lot of practice with those 20-second levels where you're constantly running, and also with the ninja levels. I mean, Phil, I know you've been kind of away from this game for a little while ever since finishing a lot of that stuff in your bonus World 9, but I don't know if you've seen very much of the new ninja speedrun mode, which has, I think, some of the best official Nintendo levels that have been built into the game, better than the ones in the story mode, I think. Because they are traditional levels that are not the tight kind of speedrun where you don't have many choices. But what they are is they kind of allow you to figure out your own pathfinding and really optimize your times, and it's kind of like, you know, beginner's guide to thinking about speedrunning in a traditional format, and obviously it's still diehard speedrunners who are going for, you know, top 100 times and all that, but the thing is, it's still a very rewarding experience at a casual level of play, and so Nintendo kind of made casual speedrunning happen with this game in a way that I think a lot of people haven't caught on to yet, because they're only coming back to the game now, and they haven't released a new Ninja level in the past month or so, presumably because they were working on rolling out this patch instead. But one of the things about a Ninja level is that they did kind of focus on showcasing all of the new features in the Link and Spikeball patch. Like, a lot of them focused on those elements. So I expect there will be new Ninja levels soon that focus on the vast amount of stuff that has been added to this patch. Now, what can I use the star for? Let's see. I missed a 50 coin earlier, but that's because I was trying to see if the star would give me anything interesting. Should actually double back to see if that coin was otherwise accessible. The way that I had missed. Oh, I see. Okay. Let's see. So we'll jump down here and see what we can do. Yes. E-switch. Okay. Yeah, really love how things like optional content in traditional layouts are kind of making a comeback now. Having found a new purpose when you start with a limited bank of lives, assuming that you're going to live seriously and not write it off as a system, which I know some people have been griping about already. Because I am aware that when you hit the game over screen, you basically just lose the mid-level checkpoint. So it does auto-save every level. And I honestly think that's fine. Might have been nicer if the makers had a setting to manipulate that. You know, for, say, kicking you back to the start of the world. In SMB3 fashion, but I personally don't really mind it. I mean, it's basically the way that 3D World worked. 3D World, you know, when you lost all your lives. And ask me how I know that. You would just get kicked back to the checkpoint. Now this is... okay, I was kind of thrown off by the clear marker there. And 3D World, it actually did matter for me. I was doing the final stage, Champions Road, in co-op with just a bank of 10 lives. I think it's a vastly different experience than use things like infinite one-up tricks to build up a bank of hundreds of lives like some people do. And you can really get a different sense of how that level is balanced. It was one of my favorite things in any Mario game, just to run Champions Road. Sort of in its purest form, like in co-op, and without any starting power-ups, and without really exploiting lots of lives to take advantage of the co-op respawning rules. Hey, let's bust this with a shell. It is coins, but we can use the coins, so... aha, okay. So we can take flight somewhere. I don't think it's quite enough room, but definitely we can take off down here. Oh, there is something up there. And we will need to double back to see it. Let's get a bit more of a running start. There we are. Oh, and there's a vine there anyway that we had popped. Not seeing that. That's okay. I'd actually done a full replay of Super Mario World very recently, not knowing that a Maker Patch was coming. And yeah, there are definitely some levels that you can just completely sail over to Cape. This would be something like that, but I already felt like I skipped over a whole bunch of content and I didn't see properly, but it's nice to have that room to move back and forth and to really have a free run of Mario's moveset. So, we were speculating earlier on what the ninjas actually mean, and I think the conclusion we had kind of agreed upon, although it was still speculative, was that it's the number of players who are saved at that point, so the number of players who have stopped at that point and not passed it. And I guess that would make sense with the sudden spike in a number that is at the fortress, but that again depends on, first of all, what the difficulty tuning was, and secondly, it's quite possible that people just find that a natural place to pause. Now, I did notice, of course, that the new Super World system, World Maker, allows you to put 5 levels per world. And of course, you originally laid out this entire game, like, right from day one, as being the traditional 32 level layout, 4 per world, but also had made the World 9 as a bonus afterwards. And, I can see, though, that you would have wanted to stick to the original structure that you had laid out, with just the set of 32, since you already kind of had those worlds thematically planned and ending with castles like this one. Okay, so we know there's a red exit pipe. We also know there's a slot up top there that may very well be something. If there was anything in the ceilings around here. Yeah, there we go. Sure, let's grab some of these. Put them there for a reason. Oops. Kind of getting a bit sloppy already. Now, we didn't see the entry to that red pipe earlier. Not going to match to this one, so we did miss a secret. I think it's one that I may have seen my original playtest stage, but today we're mostly going to focus on trying to run the full game. Like, we're not going to rush through it, but yeah, see what the kind of standard balancing is like when you just do every level top to bottom. See what the sticking points are, what bonus rooms are. This is definitely a bonus segment here, given the arrow. Yeah, very well laid out. 30 coin just out of view, but also very clearly an optional path. I like how obvious that is. There's a very satisfying visual language to seeing that, like being able to tell optional paths from main paths. Nah, skipping Bowser. It's going to drop him in classic style. Yeah, I think when you find a maker that you enjoy, it's definitely very satisfying to kind of have the ability to browse their world in a structured form with a single click, rather than just kind of continuing in Endless and forgetting about it later. Because I think often in the Endless experience, what I found was that even if you did like somebody's level, you'd drop a like on it, maybe you'd remember it later, but often you just kind of forget. And you wouldn't necessarily follow up on that. Play more, because I mean, if you're playing Endless, you're probably still trying to push your streak a little longer. So you just lose patience for it. So now you can just say, okay, this is clearly part of a larger project, and it's numbered that way. Let's just be a little more thorough and kind of prefer that one quality level with a good sense of polish probably means more quality levels. So again, not surprised to see that traditional makers with a lot of levels already in the can are seeing a burst of activity. Let's see what we can do. That star. Unfortunately, having the star cut through everything means that I can't bounce on top of those guys. That's okay. Wasn't blocking off any bonus content anyway. Okay. Oh, I love the little cat symbol here. Look at that, look at that. I don't think I even noticed that before. But it is indeed a cat with 3 legs. And then this is a bit of a cat crawl spot. Love the little crawl space there, although, I mean, let's see. Yeah, no, you really do need a cat to get up there, I think. Unless your wall jump technique is very good and you know how to do the kind of crouch walk that is unique to the 3D World style. Okay, we did miss a bunch of stuff earlier, but that's fine. We already took the bonus path. Whoop! I lost a cat already. Oh, I guess we drew to be a little far this way. I was hoping to get the bounce on it. Okay. Try to lead it over. We want to see if we can do it. Alright. Oh, no, we did need the cat for it. No, never mind. That's a cat spot. And indeed, that probably would have been a progressive power-up had we kept the mushroom. Just kind of get the sense that that would be the case. Okay. Okay, let's squat on these for a bit. And check every one of these. For precisely that reason. That's going to be another cat spot. We'll just have to live without it. So first of all, I love how the layout of the world has actually been kind of designed around it. So you see that we just played a cat level. And having played a cat level, you can see that on the world map they're surrounded by the bell trees. So a lot of good attention to detail here in terms of making the overworld a selection that matches up to the things that you actually built. Particularly given that these levels were planned ahead of time before we ever saw what a world editor or its selection of tile sets would be. So yeah, very nice to see that. I think we'll see more of that as people build more original worlds with the new world editor in mind. And, I really want to see how people are going to make better use of the map as something that is more than just a map, like to kind of use it to build spatial clues or something. I think there's a lot of potential in that, although of course it would mess up, potentially, the ability to play some of those levels independently if you had something like a necessary puzzle clue that was buried in a map. But, okay, let's set the P-switch down in a safe location. Yeah, got that money? Have you done all 32 already? I mean, you've always kind of said that this was one of your favorites, and there's very much something that's in keeping with similar design priorities to yours, I think. And, oh yeah. Good to sort of see it again. About half, okay. Well, we'll see if I'm able to surpass you in a reasonable amount of time. Of course, we are gradually escalating our way through. But yeah, these levels definitely kind of sing in this format. Like, they make a lot of sense of, you know, world-size marathon when you kind of played them in a way that they were envisioned. It's very easy to just see them as very compartmentalized and short and on the easy side if you're looking at them individually, but then play them as one long adventure and then kind of have a bit of a sense of breadth to them. And of course, like levels like this one are already sort of a Super Mario World kind of scale already when it comes to level length, as opposed to something like the vignettes in SMP3. Like, this is very consistent with the level of spatial complexity that would be in something like the original Vanilla Dome, which this is very obviously evoking. Okay, so we did miss a lower path here. Now, of course, this little segment implies that you can run with the cape. I think it would be kind of risky to do it given all the spike tops whirling around and the fact that we have to go up anyway. So, no, we're not going to take flight. However, I am kind of interested to see what the speed time will be, because I'm sure that people going for a speed record would want to just fly directly up to the goal here, particularly if they know that the goal is right up ahead. Hey, let's check around this area. Very satisfying. I'm glad you anticipated that. No, we're not gonna get it. Yeah, a lot of levels being dropped lately, that's very true. Yeah, I still have to finish mine. I made almost no progress on it since the last stream, because it's a very Mario-filled day already, but I do have something coming. And it's a concept that I have not seen from other people yet, so hopefully it'll still be somewhat original by the time I release it. Okay. I don't remember if you caught the previous session when I was running viewer levels, but for those of you who weren't here, I found it especially satisfying that the baseball sound effects here seem to be from the classic NES baseball game, like they're the pitches from original Nintendo baseball. Very recognizable sound effects if you ever spent any amount of time in that game, particularly on the curveballs. Like, the curveballs have a very distinctive effect, so. But here's Barry Boo's haunted house. Love the alliteratively named Boo. He's gonna boss us around later on. It's been long enough since I've played these. You know, pretty much from June and July last year. And that a lot of them are very fresh to me. Like, I recognize them in an approximate sense, but still kind of reading them and reading some of the changes as if they were the first time. And I think 2-3, Phil said that this was the one that had to be uploaded multiple times to fix some locking issues, so we'll keep an eye out for that, although I imagine that it would be things like semi-solid placements where, you know, everybody, I think, has to learn the hard way not to trap their players in ceilings when being decorative with those. Okay, so there's going to be a P-switch interaction eventually. It's not going to be down here. It is probably going to be a drop from another segment that loops us around back here like a puzzle. Okay, mid one flag. This last time was because the exit and reaching it were too obtusely designed. Okay, so, yeah, we'll keep an eye out for that and see how it works now, and we'll get a sense of how it flows. Okay. Safe harbor down here. Play it safe here, and, you know, keep the flower, because fire flowers are just so useful in ghost houses. Where you can't actually set anything on fire. Okay, up the blue pipe. Missed the whole segment to the right side there. Yeah, I assume the big one is Barry Boo. He's kind of hanging out here with his crew. Now, what did I say about the fire flower being useful? Oh, almost dodged that. Okay. Ah, there we go. Definitely should have seen that switch earlier. There we are. Oh, okay, something's going to drop, yeah. Because there's a key door, and we should have known that. Pipe spawning logic, not even was. Okay, so we totally missed the P-door path. Oh no, that's okay. But we totally did miss the P-door path. So is the part you were worried about being obtuse the part that takes you up the vine to the final boss room? Because that's the only thing where I can think of that people might be unclear on the branching in terms of a main path or a side path. I mean, if I knew it was the main path for sure, I probably would have explored the side path first, but one of those things where, you know, I think when you have something that has a bit of branching and nonlinearity, you're to a certain extent going to accept that you'll have players that choose one or the other, and you kind of have to expect that any of them might be a lucky first choice. That's gonna be a miss. Oh no. There were just 2 blocks with a hidden block in between at first, and folks couldn't find it and get frustrated. Okay, yeah. Definitely worth fixing, I think. I mean, I know you were reluctant to take down people's progress by revising that. Particularly this early in the game, where you have a very gentle and accessible escalation of difficulty so far. I think that is a change worth fixing, although I did not really look at the right side of that room all that carefully. So, who knows? And yeah, so much of what we do in terms of making spatial inferences from a Mario game, in terms of figuring out, okay, where are the invisible blocks going to be, where are the secret pathways are going to be, what's going to be the main route and what's going to be the side route, like, so much of that is just from experience with Nintendo's own design language. And I think sometimes it can be a challenge to get back into the mindset of not having that and having to figure things out for the first time. Particularly if you're designing for a more accessible audience. Okay. I suppose that was easier with the bullet bill, but we'll take that either way. Okay, repeller hat. I think one of the most challenging items to make interesting in some ways. Oh, whoops. We lost it already, so we can't really demonstrate that in earnest. Whoops. Okay, let's grab that checkpoint. always love mushrooms at checkpoint. Particularly when they're designed around a progressive power-up spot like that. Whoops, lost us already. Oh, and we're going to fail to get that propeller exclusive path, which I do recognize. I think I did do the propeller path when I played the original version. Okay. We're just gonna fail at this miserably, huh? No, that's actually just the exit from the propeller path. Probably should have been able to tell that, but very tempted to check. But I know that, you know, when you design with all these semi-solids to create the netting and all of the ship and everything, that you don't really have any recourse to guidance arrows to make something like an exit position clear. And when you keep something in traditional format, you also don't want to have too many one-way panels showing it. So, like, I think kind of signaling that as a one-way exit can be a bit challenging, even though the auto-scroll should make that relatively. Well, I mean, got that money, you have to remember that, like, I also stopped after World 1 in yours. And it wasn't a matter of ability, it was a matter of, like, this is a natural place to take a break. Like, I think you'll naturally see some attrition for the very reason you described, where, like, there are so many levels to play now that people are going to spread out their time, take breaks and explore a bit. Although if you are seeing it in terms of clear statistics, then the drop-off in terms of clear rate, that would be interesting. Now, you see, those levels here are going to be an interesting control group for that, statistically, because I think pretty much everything here is a fresh upload, and so the clear stats are now going to be clear stats that are from the era of having the Wolfmaker. And I think that will really give us a sense of what the drop-off and clear rates are in a way that is much more obvious and much more guided by how much patience people had for traversing them as a world. Yeah, I guess you're talking about plays rather than completions, that, you know, people are naturally going to have the most plays at the beginning of the game. It's probably going to be a while before I get any use out of the World Maker, simply because I don't have levels that are a good fit for that format yet. So we are on to World 3, and we have a bank of 27 lives now. Making good time, I think. (3-1) Sunburnt Sands. Okay, let's... here's another acorn revision. We do compulsively bump our head against that. It looks like there's almost certainly going to be an invisible block or something over here. Absolutely bet on it. Let's let the spiny go away. Oh, there we go. Yeah. When you see placements like that, I think the feeling as Nintendo players with Mario experiences, kind of like speaking the same language, you know what I mean? Because there is a design language to this, and it is sort of nice when you have a match of level and audience that is able to catch onto those things and also confirm that the signals are being clear. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna check this. Okay. Okay, angry sun, or really just mildly irritated sun. Now, I think these buildings might just be decorative, because that's an awful lot of keywords. I think it almost certainly is. Acorn's quite a nice fit for this, though. Yeah, because you have so many doors here that are almost certainly just paired with each other, but you want it to complete this building look. And this one looks conspicuous. I don't know if there is a secret key or something here, but then secret key would just be easily expended on the wrong door, and that would not be very intuitive, so looks like it is just decoration. Yeah, squirrel suit, very satisfying here. Oh, nope. Hoping to bop that on the head. It's going to be a little late in that. But make it to the yellow pipe. The mildly irritated sun is going to continue. We'll have another set of budget desert housing that's awaiting us here. I see now the flag is placed at the acorn spot.
Oh yeah, Mario time!
And on we go. "36 seconds. Still world record there. And yeah. Also notice the kind of sand statue you'd add, that is, on the edge of the quicksand artwork. And how nicely that kind of coincides with some of the desert housing that we saw. I don't know if you made very many revisions to the levels themselves that kind of have world maps in mind, but I do remember the desert houses now from hovels from my original playthrough, and so it's a very fortunate match of artwork. Okay, we did? Yeah. Yes, we will. Okay, so going to have a little oasis here to accommodate the fact that your 3-2 was originally a water level, and yeah, you've now named it a cool dip in oasis. I don't remember if it was originally kind of a thematic desert world like that, or if some of these were retrofitted to make them line up, but it's desert level and it lines up, so. I seem to remember that your worlds were originally pretty themed, even if they did cross over between different styles. And, oh, I see. No, we wanted the glass pipe down here. Oh, we're gonna miss it, but we can bust through with a Koopa. It's not very well. Or really just a ground now. Now we bust through with a Koopa. Sorry, naked Koopa. Hey, whoops. Oh, thank goodness for 3D World allowing me to pop piranha plants. Well, it's just a 10 coin, I think. For it to bypass it. Okay, here's a shell spot here. It's very clearly a shell spot. And that it pops something out and delivers it here. Let's keep on a lookout for a shell that would allow us to do that. Like this guy. Oh. Yes. it would respawn. I don't know if I necessarily want to go for that. Yeah, it definitely looks like there's a cat spot up there. Let's not go through here yet. Let's try to respawn at Koopa. There we go. Nope. Oh, I missed him again. No, we're going to do it. Insist. Absolutely insist. Okay. Gotta be a cat feather. Oh, there we go. Oh no, it's a 1-up. Okay. Cat bell, rather. Okay, never mind. Missed a 1-up. On the other hand, wait. The 3D world move that in the early stages of Mario Maker 2 everybody just forgot to test around or didn't know about. Very, very useful. Okay. We'll have a pool dip in the oasis as the title originally suggested. Right. And we'll obtain the power of fire in the oasis, which I'm sure makes as much sense as Mario logic usually does. Oh, okay. So much for that. One up, here we go. Going to build ourselves a nice, generous bank in case we encounter something that we really knock our heads against later. We're going to do this little fire puzzle. Or not puzzle, rather, but this little fire spot. We missed the red pipe down there. This looks like a one-way spot, so let's not go through here yet. Let's just go back and scout around and see what we missed. I am very much that style of red first player. Oh, I see, okay. That looks like main road, so we'll go here. Because it looks like this is just the optional route by virtue of requiring a slightly more optional understanding of the game, notably the retention of the fire flower and the knowledge that you can fire through it, so I think they are pretty much equivalent paths in terms of what they give you. So, we're just exploring it a little further. Looks like it's going to be up this pipe. And there we are. Okay, onward to... First of all, the Toad House that's kind of tucked in the corner. Don't know if we've seen all the minigames at this point. Here's baseball once again. Should have seen that coming. 100-mile-an-hour heater. I haven't actually cleared this to the tune of all 10 just yet. My best record is getting up to the 10th ball. I haven't actually beaten the baseball minigame. So let's take a look at 3-3 over Sunburnt Skies. This will be welcome return to the NSMB style. Like we have something back here already to look at. We'll keep that in mind. Don't know if that will turn out to be anything. Could be something like a triple jump location. I never remember if triple jump was actually implemented the standard way in this game. Slamming this will not do much for us, I think. Because we'd want something that pops out, and I actually couldn't tell what that was, so... Here we are. Hey, you know what? We're gonna go back. I'm going to check. That's just how we roll. Or rather, spin. Oh, I see. There was an invisible block there all along. Okay. Alright. Very hard-earned 10 coin. Then... see what else we can do with the propeller. I could kind of tell from the camera scroll that there wasn't going to be much upstairs, but we'll drop a Koopa shell in here and try to go over that yellow pipe. That's really not going to work. We carry a shell from somewhere safer, or hit a P-switch. Looks like it could be a P-switch spot given how that looks. But we'll do it with a shell. Oh, whoops. Accidentally hit the trigger there. So never mind. And indeed, there is yellow pipe on the right side that looks like an exit pipe. It looks like they're probably connected as an entrance and exit to a bonus segment, so we'll just head down there and take a look. And yeah, bonus segment. So it's definitely something that's going to be P activated. Say. Now, I don't think I actually knew that the shell kills the angry sound. I don't think I'd actually seen that. But we'll take it. So let's head downstairs to that 50 coin. Yeah, I mean, I was pretty sure that was a P-switch lock, but I like having some flexibility. I never really did see where a P-switch could have been. But then I didn't explore that much with the color, so... Okay, more propeller. That's just coins. We're going to ignore him. I do not want to deal with him. Okay, that looks like a... oh, a secret to the goal, yeah. Welcome to Warp Zone.
Oh yeah, Mario time.
Oh, the block I ground pounded, okay, yeah. I guess I could have inferred that if I paid attention to the sound effect. Okay, on to 3-4. Yeah, at this pace, I don't know how long you can stay. I feel like I probably can do the whole thing tonight. I mean, this is very much a classic SMB3 kind of pyramid setup. But we're going to explore anyway, because that's what we do. I do remember this level. I think I'd actually gotten first clear on a bunch of these originally, and so I have since lost those because they were all re-uploaded. Not complaining, of course. Saying that, okay, so it's kind of nice to actually just take my time to film them then, since there's no pressure to rush to infinitesimally boost that first clear statistic. Now, it's very clear out at the start that this setup is all going to be about using the P-switch to activate this door. And we'll have kind of a looping structure in the lower depths of this pyramid, which is, for some reason, built over magma. Okay. Hey Fab, welcome. We are currently in the middle of Super Philip 32's Super 32 course adventure. Fab, I completely intend to play yours after I'm finished with this. Originally I was going to schedule yours first because it was shorter. But if you are able to stay longer, I will definitely still run it. Oh. Yeah, I didn't know that you hadn't had an account here, and so if you were watching earlier and expecting me to play yours earlier, I wasn't aware of that. But I was definitely planning to run it tonight, even if you weren't present. Just a matter of when, and since Phil was here, I thought I'd get started on this one right away, since it's 32 levels, and could probably take us another hour or so. Possibly more. But we will run it, and we will definitely run yours. So, I hope you can stay. Okay. Hey, Safety of Man, a late night stream indeed. I want to do a part 2 to big catch up because we are currently running the 32 level world by Phil32. And we're going to be running Fab's 6 course world afterwards. Now, we're 6 courses that he had apparently held in reserve for quite a while. Okay, we should actually pay attention to the level forms. Yellow pipe. Ah, yes, that's right. That's right. And then that will give us some kind of pathway out of here as we on our way out to the top. Not, there we go. And yeah, normally I don't stream quite so much in one day, but the levels have been coming hard and fast, and since all of this was re-uploaded, it was a good opportunity to revisit it with some of the new changes. Okay. I did play them in their original form when they were uploaded very quickly, like frighteningly quickly, back in June and July. Okay, so we'll need a little bit more room to sneak through there. Don't want to outright kill him just yet unless we become small. Oh, that's unfortunate. Okay, let's try to zap the lower level here. I think that's the issue with Magic Koopa fights often, is that you have stuff that can happen. Now let's see if there's a way to reset. No, no way to reset. Okay. Yeah, Magic Koopas are, I think, very challenging to design around this precisely for that reason, but I think this should get us through. And we're small now anyway, we should be able to sneak through with good timing. Oh, now things are bad. How could you give us 3 fire bars? That's something that's unlikely. Had to remember that the door was where to go next, not the red pipe. Like 3 fire bars in a row. Cannot believe that. Pretty unlikely even for Magic Koopas. Oh, look at that, fire bar again. Okay. Maybe we'll be lucky and we'll give you a bomb. Or... Oh, okay. Now we're in trouble. Let's try to sneak through. Okay. Actually, lower level works. Lower level works. Why didn't I think of that before? That's much better, in fact. Much, much better. Yeah. I mean, if it was possible to really kind of get stuck there, I'm sure Phil would have caught it in this round of revisions, because that's definitely a risk factor when it comes to Magic Koopa usage, but I'm glad I actually paid attention to the lowest row of tile. That's it for Kamek's Perilous Pyramid and World 3. Let's move on to World 4. Now, I think, was that the first death that I had taken so far in this run, or did I have a careless one early? That might actually have been first. Yeah, you can definitely see a bit of a drop-off here. We saw numbers in the hundreds earlier, like about 200 or so in World 1. And definitely a bit of dispersal of players as we get into World 4. Love the Ice World music. I haven't spent a lot of time with the overworld yet, but because I haven't even touched the World Maker on my end. And because as a maker, it's not something that will really be useful for me for a while until I have levels that are a little better balanced to fit this format. But playing through them, yeah, I think this might actually be the first Ice World I've seen so far. Okay, gonna bust through. Have a convenient little shell disposal on the bottom right. Yep, we're gonna whip that guy. Now, of course, this being World 4, you'll recognize this as a parallel to SMB3's Giant Land, which is in World 4. I think that was very much the intention, as underlined by the SMB3 theme itself. A little caught up on my words here. Oh, nope, thought that was a safe landing. Oh yeah, Sky World for World 4, okay. Right, for Giant Land, yeah. And of course, Ice World being World 6 also matches SMB3. There's a big down arrow up there. Probably an exit from some secret that drops you onto the checkpoint, so I'll stay alert for that. Oops. Quite possible we've missed that already, though, given how much earlier it was in the level, but let's ride the snake block. Yep, pretty gentle pattern so far, which is nice. I think sometimes snake blocks turn the corner be very easy, especially for beginning players to be thrown off by that. Yeah, it was kind of interesting to go back to some of the first appearances of snake blocks in things like... Oops. Way too early on that. Things like Roy's Castle and I think Larry's Castle in Super Mario World. Yeah, we're going to check that scroll stop spot to the left. Of course we are. Oh, whoops. Didn't mean to go back down. Yeah, it's too bad that you don't have, like you did in Super Mario Maker 1, recourse to very natural-looking one-way pipes. I can see why they prevented that for the sake of multiplayer and for the sake of consistent visual clarity for people, but the way you could make natural-looking one-way pipes in Maker 1 with the stacking and with stacking pipes on top of one-way panels as well, I think was much more amenable to having a traditional design function the way you would expect. But sometimes, you know, that's just a sort of consideration of, okay, is this really a problem to the extent that we're going to compromise the aesthetic principle? And I think it's certainly the right call to just keep the pipes as pipes, even if they are two-way. Okay, this was a bust. And yeah, this totally is the Sky World. I recognize the theme now. Let's move on to 4-2 Waltz of the Giant Wigglers. Oops. That's okay, we didn't need to stop him anyway. That's a little wiggler. It's not giant. Looks like it's the baby giant wiggler. Okay, so we're gonna have red pipes that are connected to a secret area. Yeah, gonna do a nice light jump there. And grab some coins. Tucked into one of the available upper edges of your subworld that doesn't visually expose the rest of the level. Definitely see that's what was going on there. Alright, let's deflect this. Oops. And yeah, we'll go to the side. This looked like the more optional path. I may be wrong about that. Oh no, that was just the main path. Like pipes. Gotta be diligent about that. Okay, what? And on we go. Whoops, okay. One could just cheaply damage boost over, or really just accidentally damage boost over, particularly with the power-up afterwards, but tried to do that properly anyway. I think people really kind of get into habits when it comes to Mario Maker that, like, when they have the path of least resistance, they'll just take it. I'm certainly not immune to that myself. Okay. Ah, okay, so that was just an optional coin segment. Right. Okay, point 2. That was... You saw the coin pattern here. It was kind of like a barbell, or perhaps going to resemble a wiggler, but... Anyway, there was definitely something unusual about that pattern. Oops. Get around this guy. Yeah, we could hit the P-switch, but... Oh, I see. Probably the exit door and the P-switch is the optional path. That gets you to the 50 coin. So I get a high bounce off him. And we'll have a little bit of a horror chase. We're just going to outrun the guy and I think completely despawn him because we were too fast, but... Oh no, he'll drag over here. We'll use him for some kind of bonus. Or perhaps the only intended pathway out of here. Like, hurry up, Slowpoke Wheeler, I'm trying to get somewhere. Oh. Oh, there we go. And missed one.
Oh yeah, Mario time.
And yeah, we'll do another Toad House game just to see more of them. And let's head back down. -3, catching a ride in disguise. Hey, these shells are not going anywhere. Whoops. Let's take the upper path. That certainly looked optional. Glad we didn't block off those 1-ups before we were use them. Okay, so this is going to be an exit that gives you a beetle ride. Yeah, we're going to take it to the upper level. No, nothing there. Okay. Thought I would check for a secret, but I probably should have read that correctly as a challenge that is based on keeping them level. But, you know, I tend to check these things. Whoops. A little too ambitious with that jump. And yeah, let's see if we can take the upper road again. Nope, it's gonna be a miss. It's fine. We know about the 1-ups there. Just gonna bob our way gently over. And it says go up, so of course we're not going to. This is where we have a nice little gentle updraft. And back we go. This is, of course, a giant land of a World 4, but we at last have a level that directly matches the sky theme, the overworld. Got a bit of a slow speed auto scroll here, and that's fine. You know, given that it gives you time to go right and left and play around with the layout a bit. The auto scroll isn't really exerting much pressure, except on decisions to pursue optional content or not. And it's, I think, something that works well enough. Like that I have a second chance to get on this platform on this side when I miss the first pass. Trying to whip that guy. Just missed entirely. Yeah, that certainly looked like a block. Whoops. Very tempted to just spin jump into that. No, nothing there. And that certainly looked like a cape optional spot. You kind of see that as soon as the Wiggler came on screen. Now, we are kind of hugging the ceiling now, but I see the back and forth pattern on track is designed to control that pacing. And we'll just let the sun be angry at us. At our unwanted home invasion of his home in the sky. Oh, missed that set of optional. Okay, up the seesaw as we go. That certainly felt like a gate room. Oops. Not that collecting the bonuses at the gates is going to amount to much in terms of giving us any kind of bonus minigame, but always did like that the flags and goals are authentic to their original games, more or less. I mean, obviously the SMB3 fortresses and castles, it's not the case in that the don't drop the goal ball. Of course, I think the goal axe in the castles was something that was retrofitted into Super Mario World. They're quite bad at this. But I actually pass one eventually. There you go, one up. At last. And I guess that's what you get for taking 2 hits. I guess that you get larger bonuses for taking 1 hit or no hit. What those bonuses are, we won't know for some time. 4-4, the Thwomp King's Domain. These are, of course, not the Thwomp King, just his little Thwomp minions. And I kind of wanted to check the spin jump location up here. Nope, bad idea. That's one thing I really kind of am in the habit of checking, especially for locations like this. Stuck underneath. Well, certainly a vine. There we go. Yeah, that's certainly timed to be a dash. Very similar to the Thwomp and Skewer setup in the Super Mario World Bowser's Castle in room 5 of 8. Which, when I was playing Super Mario World, I actually had a surprising amount of trouble with. Whoops, that was a blunder. Spectacularly bad move. This is what happens when you play way too many levels that do rely on getting on top of Thwomps. Whoops, oh, I did it again, look at that. Okay, no. At least it's not a big Thwomp and don't collide into it. On the way back down. Can almost certainly do this faster, but let's not be careless. Oh, there were 2 1-ups here, okay. I think we only saw one of them in the first pass. And of course we'll do that. Actually, no, we haven't seen this spot. Let's just see it for the sake of doing things the other way. Oh, no. That was the same mistake. I saw the top of the semi-solid here, and I was kind of thrown off into thinking that that would be another secret opening. Since everywhere else the tops semi-solid panels tend to be concealed. That's okay, I mean, that's just a mistake that you sometimes learn from. Hey, feather. Yeah, I mean, I guess the semi-solids are exposed over there. Whoop. Just blew that one. And, oh, yeah, forgot the one-up spot up there. That's okay. Take this spot. Once again. Okay, so let's not trap ourselves this time. Let's make it to the next segment. And the checkpoints. Yeah, I see that these are kind of laid out in such a fashion that they prevent liftoff. Definitely important to test for that when you give player access to any sort of cape. Spin jump right through here. Now you can actually take flight in that little lower segment. Oh, the lava's actually rising very slowly. It took me a moment to kind of register the fact that it was continuously rising. Oops. And here you can actually fly, okay. And we just blew our chance at that. Okay, so this is going to be a sort of Boschish thing. Got a thwomp with a spiny up top. It's going to be a sort of reset column up to the left. Oh, why does the on-off switch matter? I see, okay. That was just a dodging game. Because now, we release it and we kill it with a drop. Oops. But we need to release it by hugging the right side. So we need to reset all the way around. Okay. Whoops. Bit of a fumble there, but lower it. Let's lower it the second time, properly this time. Love his little hat, by the way. Look at his hat. It's like a crown. I think it's supposed to be a crown. It's like the little sort of princess crown that's in Animal Crossing, in fact. Like, I have 2 of the Million Bell crowns in my Animal Crossing pile at this point. I actually didn't know about the second one. I got the sort of, you know, big fancy one early on, but there's also a cute little princess crown. That, oh yeah, we have a key and key door. Safety man, you're telling me it belongs in a museum? Okay, let me address that after I finish this level. Safety man, there are kind of 2 solutions to that, and actually that particular obstacle did not really go as I had originally designed. You can either find a way to use the POW as a platform there, or if you jump very well, particularly as Big Mario, you can actually reach that question block. The stone blocks were supposed to impose one of those solutions, and it did not actually do that successfully. But, you know, that was literally the first thing I made in the game. And I hope you succeed with it, by the way. A lot of people complain about the lack of a checkpoint there, which was a result of playing around with clear conditions for the first time, and I didn't know how badly people would take that in terms of checkpointing. But the people who do manage to get through the level, I'm happy to report, generally find it to be a satisfying experience. So thank you for playing. We'll look at 5-1, Yoshi's Jungle Safari. So we're now back to normal-sized enemies. Safety of men, yes, I did play Mario Maker 1. I played more Mario Maker 1 in 2019 than I did in 2015. Because when Mario Maker 2 was announced, I went back to Maker 1 in a very big way. And that's pretty much how I kind of fell in love with the game as a community experience in terms of catching up on both the forum thread as well as Twitch viewer levels and kind of discovering the streamers and kind of understanding the whole scene and how that worked. Like, I think that experience with going back to Mario Maker 1 when most people had already abandoned the Wii U was one of the major reasons I am streaming this game at all. Because it kind of underlined for me just how good that game had become from a perspective of community and design and variety. And I know that a lot of people are still kind of worried to this day about whether Mario Maker 2 will replicate the same kind of community long term when, first of all, you have a lot more competition from new releases on the same system. And secondly, that some of the community browsing features are honestly still not as well implemented. Like the lack of a bookmark mechanism that exists outside the game. I'm glad you enjoy the Backlog segment where you toss it into the closet. Some people really find that to be the hardest thing in a level in terms of that resetting several minutes of progress. It was a level that I always envisioned to be, you know, like one of those endgame levels where you just kind of get better and better at getting the patterns down reliably as you go along. There's one thing that I would say that I regret in that respect, which is that I didn't know back when Mario Maker 2 released just how the Desert Wind would be to play around. Because, like, I basically drafted the concept for that level when all we had seen of Mario Maker 2 were the trailers, and we just kind of had to make inferences about how everything would play out. And so I would say that with that level, one thing that was definitely not up to my expectations was the Desert Wind. I think that frustrates people more than anything because, you know, it is a level that's designed to be replayed more and more reliably and faster with every attempt, and the Desert Wind is probably the one thing that spoils that in terms of, you know, preventing people from finding like a really solid, reliable speeding method that they can execute without feeling like they need to figure it out all over again. I don't know if there's a way to keep Yoshi here. I don't think there is. But yeah, I don't know if you know anything about the original bookmark site, but in Mario Maker 1, eventually, not at the launch of the game, but about a year afterwards, they implemented a website that where you would sign in with your Nintendo account, the old Nintendo Network ID accounts that basically all got hacked last week, or a big selection of them got hacked last week. And if you logged in with your Nintendo account, then you could click on one button in your web browser, and it would automatically queue up the level in the game for the next time you launched it on your Wii U. So you would log into the game, like how we log in now and we see the new levels from the followed makers, right? But you would see a page that is basically levels that you had bookmarked in the browser. So let's say you're on mobile, or you're at work, or you are just away from your Wii U, like I was for quite a long time. And you could just queue things up without ever launching the game at all. And honestly, without that feature, I would never have been able to catch up on Mario Maker 1 in 2019 to the extent that I did. It was absolutely critical for browsing for levels that just had been around for a while and for a little bit. out of date. Zed Saber Link, I don't have the bot running right now because I'm not doing viewer levels, but if you want to know what the current stage is, this is actually Phil 32's Elite World. You can post Phil 32's maker ID, I think. Or he can post it, but he's still here. It doesn't actually give me the code here, which is too bad because I don't have an easy way to look at it without exiting. But I am doing a complete run of the world. And so far, we are up to World 5. And I think I can absolutely finish it on the stream. I have played, of course, the original versions of these levels when they were released early in the life of Mario Maker 2, because Phil assembled this project really quickly, like frighteningly. But a lot of them have been revised. We've had some levels already that had the squirrel suit added on, and had some miscellaneous fixes and improvements, so it is very much a fresh experience for me. 24K Mike, I am not running the bot right now because this is not a viewer level stream. I'm currently catching up on Complete Worlds. I do run viewer level streams elsewhere in the week. Definitely always on Wednesdays. I've recently expanded to Mondays as well. If you give the channel a follow, I will be able to take codes from the bot on one of those sessions, but it had really been a long time since I properly caught up in my personal list. So thank you for the follow. I hope to see you back, and I hope to see... Oh, Zed Saberlink, thank you for your follow, and I hope to see your levels at some point as well, because I know you had posted the codes, but it's kind of starting up already with a plan for tonight, so I don't know if I'll get to yours. But we'll see, because we are running Phil's 32 course world that still has about half of World 5 and all of 6, 7, and 8 to go, so afterwards we will be running Fab's world that just has 6 levels, and I've also been running some single levels as well that were made after 3.0, so I've got tons of those that we still need to get through. So yeah, in the near future, it will be kind of a mix of these massive catch-up streams where I'm not really constrained by time, plus some of the regular viewer level sessions for single levels and submissions from people who are just dropping in from Twitch. So hopefully that's a schedule that works for people. But yeah, sometimes, you know, like, I really do love viewer submissions, but sometimes I need a little bit of dedicated time to just get through my massive, massive backlog. Because otherwise I would not be able to run a huge project like a world that has 32 levels in it. It's the only way that can really happen. Oh, whoops. Forgot that this is not 3D World and does not give me the benefit of a long jump. Of course, we were going to check that. Yeah, yeah, I have not actually seen Fab's levels yet, so good to know that in advance. Oh, dying right at the flag. What do you... Safety Man, you asked a question about the bookmark system. Sorry, I'll play this level first and I'll go back and answer that. Just want to get past the flag cleanly and then I'll actually be able to catch up on some messages I may have missed in chat. Okay, let's remember which style we're in this time. Not mess that up. Okay, let's let the... Same mistake. Oh yeah, because it's coming out of a red pipe. I totally forgot about a red pipe timing. I feel like we have an obligation now to try to grab the top of the flagpole now that we know it's a challenge. and it'll be kind of life neutral anyway, so we get a one-up off of that. So, are there differences between the bookmark system and the list followed makers? Yes. Originally, in Mario Maker 1, you could follow makers, but it wouldn't give you that social feed of most recent levels. It would just kind of give you the links to. So, one definite improvement in Mario Maker 2 is that they have that social timeline. But the bookmark system was for one-off levels, like level codes that are just randomly scattered about. So you would, for example, be able to watch something on Twitch, you would see the code pop up, you plug that code into your browser, or just click on a single link for it that would be provided for you. Say if people are posting links to their levels in a forum thread, for instance, you just click on that link, click one button for bookmark, and it's automatically loaded into your game for the next time you play. Just a wonderful system, but the thing is, the whole thing was built on the old Miiverse infrastructure, and even though they tried to recreate the comment system that was initially implemented in Miiverse, the unfortunate thing is that Miiverse has just come down. Because Miiverse, of course, was itself built on the old NNID account system that they are starting to phase out, especially now that some security issues have arisen with it. But yeah, Miiverse was really kind of wonderful and before its time, and it's too bad that it just had to coincide with struggles of the Wii U as a system. Because, you know, like, now they think that, okay, the Switch will just plug into people's existing social feeds like Twitter and Facebook, and then they don't have to worry about maintaining or moderating Miiverse, which is something that is very staff intensive. But I really do feel like something has been lost in that, you know, I don't tend to do video game stuff on any kind of social media. Like, I keep that pretty separate because it's just a totally different audience, right? And I don't want to... I mean, I can't stand it when people spam my feeds with their automated video game achievements or whatever. The nice thing about Miiverse was that, like, it had all this social content, and it would be broadcasted exactly to the audience that values it most, which is other Nintendo players. We got ourselves trapped. I found, though, that in terms of the usefulness of following makers, that the followed list that is organized by most recent in this game has been an excellent solution. That was one of my most requested features going into Mario Maker 2 that nobody was really talking about, was to have the first chronological feed. And I'm very glad that we now have it. Particularly when you have a huge patch drop like this one. Like, I don't think this scale of patch would have been survivable without a reverse chronological feed like that. Like, we would not have been able to see nearly the same amount of content. Oh, I see what happened there was we nuked those coins. Yeah, streamlined approach, yeah, definitely. Even with things like the shop and a lot of the interface design, just very minimalist and game-oriented all around. Yeah, it does simplify the experience, but it's kind of too bad because Miiverse kind of gave you a very integrated comment system and achievement system almost that was unified across all games. So, for example, you know, you would be playing a game like NES Remix 2, for instance, and you would post a record time in that game, and then you could draw a comment, and you could see in the game exactly which level that was tagged on, because Miiverse would just kind of handle that automatically, and so you would have a single unified system for that, and for Splatoon art, and for Mario Maker artwork, and Donkey Kong speedruns and rest. It was very elegant. I think just not something Nintendo saw as worth maintaining when they decided to transition their entire account system over to a new. Okay, we messed this up completely. Actually, I remember originally having trouble with this level in that exact location. But I can get pretty impatient sometimes when it comes to auto-scroll. And with a kind of constant boundary where the auto-scroll speed matching Rising Poison, where you kind of have a constant boundary on both sides. Definitely a challenge to play not only quickly enough, but also in some places slowly enough to really kind of get in a good position. Repeller. Very useful. Yeah, you can have a repeller and it doesn't actually give you too much of a safety buffer simply because of the limitations on the vertical spacing. Okay. Oh, I see. Bonus was on that side, yeah. I mean, it is a propeller spot, and I guess that was signified by the coins, but obviously, as I said, you know, you don't have that much space to work with. A layout like this in terms of how much room you have on the y-axis to just plan a path, and so this level is definitely doing what it can to give you a little bit of flexibility in terms of using a path or running back and forth and spending some time. Auto-scrollable pacing, I think. Real challenge to design around in terms of giving the player just enough flexibility that you can still do optional content, exploration of a sort. At the same time, kind of have a reasonable amount of pressure to things up top. Okay, that was. About all there is to this. Top of the screen. See that we missed in the yellow pipe earlier. I think I saw where.
Oh yeah, Mario time!
Yeah, the slide theme from Mario 64. I mean, I guess it's gotten enough use by now that it is very much standard Nintendo repertoire in some ways. In all kinds of contexts. Yeah, at this point, Super Mario Maker 2 is by far my most played Mario game. By far, by far, by far. And so I think it has started to displace a lot of my original intuitions for how certain objects work, or you know, how Mario's supposed to. But yeah, it was a real shock to just find differences I hadn't even thought about when I returned to some of the original games. Because, you know, like in Super Mario World, like boogie collision is not working the way I expected. That was one example that stood out. Okay, we'll have to wall jump back up to safety. Get ready to wall jump off to the left. Okay, no, we're safe. It's a bonus location for people who are aware of the long jump as a move. let's do a cat climb. Wow, that's a huge round of applause. Didn't think I deserved that much of a clap. Yeah, a lot of fireworks in this circus. I see, okay. Let's cling to the fence. Let's not mistakenly ground pound. Take advantage of the fact that we're a cat. Then... Okay. Oh, there's something to the right. Now... That looks like... We'll have to make our judgment call about what's the main location and what's the bonus location. Looks like upwards here must be the... This looks like the main path simply because it's a little easier on people who do not have a cat suit. Obviously, on the left, you can wall jump it as well. But not so much up this segment here, like it'll be tricky for me. So, I assume this is going to be the optional. Or maybe they're roughly equivalent routes. Oh yeah, this is definitely a cat route. Oh, whoops. Got a little too ambitious with the deflection there. Yeah, I was thinking of what happens when you deflect the bonsais that are coming directly at the screen. Because you do... Actually, no, those you deflect too, and I just forgotten about the deflection on the bonsais in general. In spite of seen that fairly often and used it. Okay, power through this. Let's drop something. Looks like this is a cat spot up top. Definitely didn't have the means to do it. And, okay, so this is just a cat shortcut. And yeah, weren't too diligent about stopping this thing. But... Oh, no, my mistake. Got a little too ambitious there. And yeah, I guess Fab, this will kind of give you a bit of a preview for what level of comfort I may or may not have in the circus style. I understand that your set of 6 levels was mostly, if not all, in 3D World Circus, right? Here's a little bit of a sneak preview. Oh. Wow. Definitely feeling a bit tight on the headroom there, but get it. Oh, here we go. Just high enough for the one. Okay, World 5 is done. 3 more to go. This will, I think, also give Bill a more accurate estimate of what a kind of full playthrough at a relaxing place might be like for... relaxing pace, rather, might be like for a new player. So now we are finally at the ice world that we were promised earlier. X-1 of Bombs and Bullies. Alright, let's have a snowball fight. Oh, now interestingly, I guess these levels originally would have been built before the snowball transformation of spike balls were built in, so we'll see if any of them were patched in into the original designs or not. Okay, so this one is just of bums or bullies, and that is certainly what we're seeing so far. Alright. I think that Fireborough is out of season. Don't know what he's doing here, trying to warm everything up, set it ablaze. I don't think there's anything up there. Okay, let's not accidentally blow up the pathway between them. Whoa, there we go. Nice, I love the effect of the ice blocks below the terrain being accessible. Oh, yeah. Not accessible rather, but being explodable. Adds a nice little bonus impact. Okay, as with the cat that we saw in your earlier underground stage, look at this neat little art of the boat bomb. Wonderful little piece of artwork, taking advantage of the fact that you have the purple bricks in 3D World Underground style. Okay, we'll need more bombs, and we'll need the bomb to be on the right side of the bully. Oh, almost got blown up there. Alright, we'll need to do this one more time. Then lead him back here. Oh, no, too late. Let's wait for the next one. Love how you got a two-sided pipe here. Two pipes, rather, that are stacked to make it look like it's a double-sided bomb dispenser. That's going to be relevant to us here. Relevant how, though? I think that might be a static, but we'll carry a bomb through. No, wait, hang on. No. We actually need it for the next segment, so. Now take advantage of the fact that I think the bombs keep their explosion timer when they the glass pipe. Or at least, yeah, I'm pretty sure they do, in fact. That was one of the first things I tested when Maker 2 came out. Oh, okay, we can send a bomb up to the 30 coin spot. But I had the opportunity to scout ahead for that. But you need good timing to do it. We will, of course, do it. Oops. Or die trying. Oops. Maybe not die trying, but, yeah. A little late. A little early, rather. Slightly better. There we are. Okay, the last mushroom. Whoops. Tried to save that and didn't quite make it. Whoa. Mushroom, and then let's bomb our way through. Oops. Do we get an additional bomb? Yes, we do. The blue pipes are color-coded accordingly in this level. Oh, wait. And here's the checkpoint. Nice. Love the little aesthetic clue here of the ice block. Okay, here's going to be timed platform. These bombs will be loaded in pretty much as soon as you scroll in, and so... Had to do that nice and cleanly. Oh. It's always nice to see that happen in the one that I check. And that's going to be the flag. Yeah, 3D world, I mean, aesthetically, there are things that can be done. But yeah, definitely much fewer mix and match possibilities than you get with the semi-solids and the amount of overlapping you can still do in the standard themes, despite some of the things that were done to nerf that. Okay, so this is a Which Way Manor. We're going to leave a little opening here in case we want it later. The object will be to get to that key. That opening is going to bite us, I can tell. We're going to fall all the way back down to the beginning unnecessarily. Because we try to hedge our bets, and I can see that coming. It'll be hilarious when it happens. Oh, whoops. I got a little over-eager there. And then, whoops, getting a little over-eager there. Of course, we'll check the spot. And... okay. I guess that would be a bounce that you need to do up top. Let's... seems like we need something additional, though. Like probably a spring that you can carry. I feel like we're going to be retrieving one. Or maybe it's just through the pipe. Yeah, I guess we missed those optional locations completely. Oh, I see, okay. Well, to think about where that door is connected. This, of course, is laid out to be a bit of a maze, with a P-switch safety track at the bottom. Yeah, safety man, no worries, thanks for trying that. Some people do have to kind of take a break from that one, because it is admittedly a bit of a lengthy ordeal to fill it all in one segment. A lot of things can go wrong. It's definitely something that will take a little bit of effort, so thank you for giving it your best. Save you man, my easiest level is Grease Flame Follies, which I don't know if you've tried it already. That's the one with the highest clear percentage, and it was designed to be the highest clear percentage. Okay, let's get ourselves here. Yeah, and it's got a low clear percentage, partly because there are some very light puzzle elements to it, and that, you know, light puzzle elements of any sort always sink your clear rate like crazy, even if the platforming itself isn't too bad. But, you know, some players, particularly if they're less familiar with the finer points that are specific to maker mechanics, they can be very good platformer players who struggle a bit as soon as... oh, we flipped that, we have to do that over again. They struggle a bit as soon as they get into a situation where they really need to figure out something unfamiliar, so I don't want to spoil too much about that, so hopefully you enjoy that level. Oh, whoops. Okay, we're back at the checkpoint. I should perhaps have checked that door, but we'll grab the P-switch and then our way back. Right. And then if we just make our way back there, we can. Yeah. Okay, let's actually make it to the door on the left side this time. Oh well, when we get to the open room. Okay, let's not flood this. I had to do a bit of a duck jump there to be sure. Oh, okay, back here. But we know that we activated that path on the other side now, so let's actually refresh the track. After we refresh the track, we are going to try to make it to the other side as before. Except this time we will be able to cross. Moreover, be able to grab the P-switch first and then cross. Just to have that as a backup. I don't think we'll need it. But we will sort that out as we go. So, back here I think. P-switch through the pipe and then we'll be able to traverse the new pathway we have created. Like so. We'll want the Koopa shell. We do not want the P-switch because coins. Let's drop this safely. Oh, that's not safely. That's okay, we can respawn. This room. Okay, let's drop this safely over here. And then... yeah, we can't take the P-switch with us anyway. I should have been able to infer that. Looks like that pathway is probably just... oh yeah, that will be an exit, but an exit with a P-switch I think will probably take us to the beginning. Yep, where we now have the ability to go through there. That should be the end of the maze, and it is. Whoops. Was a little tricky to plan around those guys. Okay, let's stock up on a few more lives. Need them quite desperately at this point. And also, I just want to improve at the baseball game a little bit, which seems to be the most involving of the set. I think we have seen them all at this point. Doing quite poorly on this run, though, and that's it. There's Lanky Mario, and where he's been hiding since he disappeared into SMM1. Scaling Mount Shiverest. Yeah. Whoops. Kind of scrolled in here a little bit quickly. You didn't see the icicles coming at all. But it's okay. We'll just be mindful of watching our heads. I wonder there's something down here. Looks like a bit of a wall jump location. I'm not sure I totally want to risk it. Whoops.
Oh no!
Looks like a bit of a death pit, though. With no indications that it could be otherwise. I think generally Phil has played pretty fair with us in terms of signaling what the actual bonus location. Love the placement of the snow peach, by the way. Okay, let's watch our heads. Oh, do nice light jumps. And here we are again. Okay. And we'll just drop this guy. Oh, whoops. Wanted to sneak around him there. Not very successfully, but thankfully we have regained the power of fire. And we have found a little secret location up here. 30 coin cubby hole. And then another coin location here. With the paired snowman. And, okay, we got a massive piranha plant to the right. What's this all about? We gotta check it. Okay. Maybe just defensive element against that low coin spot there. Let's save that flower for if something like this happens. Okay. Yeah, we probably should grab that, but that's okay. Yeah, sure, we should grab that. It's gonna shake itself awake at this point, though. Now, what does this do? Ah, 50 coin, okay. And we will get back here quickly. Very satisfying to find a bonus room. Oops. This definitely looks like an optional bonus segment to the left here. We will, of course, see it. Oh no, this is just a standard path. Okay. Alright, fine. We'll just make a true forwards notes. That was an accidental ground pound. Sure, before too long we will regain power of fire. And there we are. Pop him. Let's make it up the left side. Yeah, I actually do like the non-linearity of this, where it has a bit of a gentle implication as to which routes to take. Of course, we missed the route with the question blocks there. That required a bit of a wall jump up the right side.
Oh yeah, Mario time!
And I think in general, with the branching paths that they're reasonably balanced. And on to the last part of World 6. The Great Goomba Factory. And of course, these doors are aesthetic, and then this is this massive factory. Hey, look at this. Look at how the entrance here is kind of shaped like a Goom Rat. Or maybe just a standard Goomba one. Look at those protruding feet, designated by the red pipes there. So it turns out the Goomba factory isn't just a place that is pumping out Goombas. It itself is a Goomba-shaped location. Of course, we'll get this. Oops. Now, what's over here on the right side? I see. Well, given that this is not where the arrows are pointing, I'll assume it's a bonus location, and it is. Oh, missed that one coin there. I'm sure that will be extremely consequential. Whoops. Anticipated that jump a little bit early. And down we go. Yeah, this will be a bit of a challenge where we try not to make too much of a wash out of the belts. Yeah, of course we'll grab a 10 coin. Grab the checkpoint as well, and flower. Oh, that was a very near thing there. Okay, so it looks like there will be a door and a key door. Now, I wonder why... Okay. Like this is blocked off on either side. Without a tail or a P-switch inside to break it, so I guess we'll just go through this door. Eventually, I would assume what happens is that that locked door is actually an exit. We go through the entrance, we grab something like a cape feather or a P-switch, and then that allows us to bust through the factory. Or we'll just need to find something that we loop around the structure and use to hit the on-off switch. In a while since I played this, I don't actually remember. And it may have changed a bit from its original form anyway. I do remember the fact of there being a factory level at least. Okay, so... Oh yeah, that's gonna bomb itself open. Great. We'll grab that key. I guess the key door actually is an entrance. So we'll loop back around to the way from which we came. Yeah. Reset that switch, and back through the key door. All these prominent arrows pointing to the switch that allows you to turn off the factory, and out we are on the other side, having consigned all of those poor Goomba factory workers to unemployment. On to World 7. Now, having put a stop to Goomba production, I wonder what that will do for the Goomba count from here, but we're going to go underground. And this is a very cavernous underground, as you can see from the fact that there is an airship there. I mean, I guess they did that in World of Warcraft as well, didn't they? Have an underground zone with an airship in it. Definitely not unheard of. Oh, some didn't get the note. Yeah, I mean, that's because they've already been produced and are off the production line. Or they were the unemployed factory workers to begin with, who have now taken new mercenary positions with Bowser's army. Okay, no. Whatever the road is to that secret, it is not here. But we'll need to look for some kind of wraparound. This. Yeah. let's see what's up here. I don't know if I can actually get up here with what I currently have. That might be something that is cat-locked. Unless it's reversible from the other side. Yes, it is. We just jump on bees. And it's nice that the bees are level. Let's drag both of them back. First of all. And let's not blast them with fire. I've got to drag them back a little bit this way. Here we are. Okay. Just wanted to check it. And on we go. Whoops. I was trying to make my way up there carefully by hugging the wall, and that did not go well. Okay, we're seeing a bunch of the optional content. Let's blast our way forward. Works as a speed route too, I guess. Works very nicely as a speed route, in fact. Oops. Okay. Much easier with the flower, of course. Whoops. I say as I get sniped in the back. Wasn't paying attention. And on we go. Checkpoint. Okay. Whoop. Oh, luckily the creeper vine actually does act as a path blocker when you're coming out of the clear pipe. I feel like I did know that, but I haven't really seen very many levels that use that interaction. Except for deflecting thrown objects. Like, I don't see that used that often for blocking Mario himself. Okay. This might be a cat spot, but we'll do a crouch walk anyway. Did I intentionally disable comments in my courses? I don't think I did. Somebody else had pointed that out to me, and I know that. I should lock the tags at some point, but I want to rework some of the tags as well, so... thank you for letting me know. Somebody else had told me about that. I just completely forgot to change it. But I haven't been getting that many new and recent plays regardless, so... not too stressed about losing potential artwork. I'm glad I caught that before I finished up the new upload that I'm hopefully going to get up in the next few days. Oh. Yeah, I wonder what the issue was there. Okay. Nice, 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 nice. We'll make ample use of it. Okay. Oh, I see. So I guess this would have been a star location, like you raced with it all the way here. Now we know. Thought it would have been something underwater, given how things were blocked off. Made the wrong inference there. Okay, 7-2, Pipeline Paradox. Kind of in keeping with how SMB3's World 7 originally worked. So very fitting that the SMB3 level in World 7 here would also be pipe themed. Down we go. Getting lots of use out of SMB3 pipe texture. That pipe texture, of course, was new to Maker 2 just by virtue of the entire forest theme having been introduced here. Very glad to have it. Okay, down. One of the remaining Goombas after our bust in the factory. Is there an easy way to go back up? Let's... I mean, I can go the long way, but I don't particularly want to. Now let's go the long way. Not a big deal. I think that was kind of the end of that bonus segment anyway, so... Oops. In our heads. Yeah, I didn't even think about the comment deactivation because I had been leaving comments on people's levels just fine as before, and they must have remembered to manually reactivate them. And I just hadn't run into somebody who had left it deactivated. Okay, we'll kind of cautiously dip our way down to collect these coins. Because why not? Okay. We've seen a number of those diamond coin arrangements by now as the somewhat subtle indicator for an invisible walk. That's become a very standard part of the Phil 32 design line. I think it works quite well, considering that, you know, you still want a traditional feel and you don't want to use track assist indicators like a lot of Mario makers do when they're not really committed to a traditional aesthetic, but are intending their courses for things like the Kaizo audience. Okay, this is going to be a shell spot. I imagine that if you go through a door, you grab the shell. Then... ah, I see. And the shell's going to be dispensed, and then we have to... okay. See that that's our path to a potential P-switch that will allow us to grab the P-door. And that might be necessary for actually traversing that later, so I'm glad we did that. This looks like it's a shell spot, probably for that P-switch. Okay. Let's go back and do it. Coin, and let's see where the shortcut takes us. There we go. Now this has the kind of SMB3 style wraparound structure. One of the nice things about the pipeline in SMB3 is that the geography actually makes sense in terms of some of the levels having the connection points between the lower and upper sides of the level roughly matching each other, and you can see that there was some effort to recreate that aspect of the SMB3 style in this level. Of course, we need to activate these, and then we will make our way across. It's also an SMB3 pipe world idea. That's very, very nice to see that back. And forward we go. Glad we activated these blocks so we didn't have to redo that whole segment. Well, congratulations, Safety of Man. Thank you for playing that level, and glad you enjoyed the Super Ball and victory sound. I was never really that familiar with Super Mario Land. And that was an era of the Game Boy that I kind of missed. Like back in the original Game Boy, I had Tetris and Dr. Mario, and that's pretty much all I played. So, the Super Mario Land 1 and 2, and Link's Awakening and in its original form, and Donkey Kong 94, and Pokemon especially, like I kind of missed out on all of those back in the day, so. But at the time, I think, you know, they felt a little bit off the main line anyway. Like, I think back then, the portable line was not really treated with quite as much mainline importance, in spite of the fact that the Game Boy was the best-selling system, and that the portable line was what really carried the Nintendo business model. Like, it always felt as a Nintendo player that the console games were the main event. Obviously, that distinction has kind of disappeared now with the Switch. I mean, I definitely thought that in the 3DS and Wii U era that the platforms were treated pretty equivalently, that if you wanted to see all the essential Nintendo releases, you needed both. I don't think I really felt like that was the case back in the Game Boy Color era, but that's... or even the original Game Boy era. But I think part of that was just never having been plugged into that and not really growing up in that stuff. Yeah, Tetris and Super Mario Land, that was a classic combination for a lot of people. And yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed the Super Bowl. That took a lot of testing. Like, you have no idea how much time I spent just getting the bullet blasters to lower properly in that final segment. Because there would be all these edge case bugs that would only happen if you went forward and turned back at a specific column, and it took me the longest time to debug that. And I think a whole bunch of the tech tricks in that level don't work anymore either, because of some patch changes to the ways that certain elements like icicles behave. Okay, we've kind of swum down here thoughtlessly down the main line, and I'm sure we missed some optional content in the top left earlier. But fire, very useful in water. Yeah, a lot of paths here in Coop Atlantis. A lot of paths. Really beautiful coloration here too. I love the use of pink and green to change things up with the existing palette of semi-solids that Nintendo put into this theme. Yeah, so Safety of Man, to my knowledge, absolutely nobody has found this, but since you've played It Belongs in a Museum already, in Freeze Flame Follies, other streamers make that mistake as well, there is a hidden reference to It Belongs in a Museum that is quite buried. Like, I've never seen anybody actually find it on video, and I think I haven't seen anybody leave a comment in that room either, but it was basically a little Easter egg for people who have played both. I really don't think anybody's found it. It's not that hard. It's not a very technical thing. You just need to keep your eyes peeled, really. But yeah, the lava trickery in that level was something that kind of developed as I did not originally have such elaborate designs in mind. I just wanted to mix fire and ice like you see in the original Freeze Flame Galaxy in Super Mario Galaxy. And it was only really when I was putting together the puzzle boss at the end there that I realized that icicles with lava just do a ton of stuff. In terms of being able to do a clean layout where you can hide all of your switches. I generally like hidden mechanisms. And like, you know, designing things like on-off switches that don't look like on-off switches, for instance. And of course, like that's something that was kind of the central concept of the museum level, or the Indiana Jones level, as it were, with the on-off activation that's central to the whole thing. Like, you see a lot of level designs that work that way, where an on-off layout changes the whole experience, but I wanted to find some way to do it without having very many dotted line blocks visible. In the end, there had to be some, but anyway, those things just take so long to debug, I haven't been able to recreate something of that complexity since, but I do have a work in progress that I was already finishing before the patch just now, and that's another level that has a lot of hidden lava mechanisms, so hopefully I'll be able to debut that fairly soon, but I want to publish my post-patch level first, because that's something that's a little closer to completion right now. And because everybody's just kind of excited about the new mechanics. But here we are with the airship in 7-4, Bowser Jr.'s Elite Fleet. I kind of wonder how soon we will get up to 99 lives, if indeed we can. We're getting quite close to that number. Of course, we're going to take the alternate routes. Watch the cannonballs clip through the ground tiles, which is something that I feel like I should get more use out of. Just things going through ground in general. Something that tests a little more thoroughly than I have. Oh, here's the propeller. Very nice to have. I mean, it's not that often propeller is the item you feel like you need, but I think that's just because like people find it very difficult to design around, particularly since you're limited to those 2 screens worth of space. Here, it's going to give us a little bit of flexibility in this auto scroll and give us 96 lives, and so we're going to miss this burner pattern. So let's be cautious, but we'll pass through this one. Grab another propeller. Just for the redundancy. Oh no, lost that. Yeah, and as I was saying earlier, like with as far as the new mechanics in 3.0 goes, a lot of people haven't even caught up to 2.0. They're seeing Link's moveset for the first time now that they're coming back. I mean, I'm learning new stuff about that all the time. Okay, so here's a segment that is kind of built around using the Fire Clown car to knock down some of the cannons to create some safety zones for itself. That's a new concept. And a shooting segment that still otherwise feels like a very appropriate fit for a traditional game. This narrow passage, get nuked by a wrench and used to a single shot. It is very interesting to see how far Mario Maker has come from the perspective of somebody who was in on Mario Maker 1 on day one. Because the Fire Clown car was something that was patched in late. It's not one of the original elements. And the last thing I ever made in Mario Maker 1 was a level with the Fire Clown car. Yeah, it came in about, I think, 5 or 6 months after the release of the game. About 6 months after, March 2016 or so. So the original release date of Mario Maker 1, quite memorably, was September 11th. And Nintendo was very careful to promote it as the 11th of September, I think. Or, you know, in ways that would not make people say 9/11. Brings a bit of joy to people's lives, I think. You know, no longer are we just commemorating
Oh yeah, Mario time.
9/11, but also commemorating the anniversary of Mario Maker 1. Hey, Waffenmeister, hope you're doing well. Waffenmeister, we are going into the final world of a 32 level epic. It's kind of originally designed to be a 32 level game way back when the game launched by Build 32. So we're not doing fewer levels or anything tonight, but we are nearly finished with this one, and we'll have an additional world from another maker that we'll be looking at afterwards. So we are at 98 lives now, and hopefully in 8-1, Cocoa Canyon will get up to 99. So we're actually just a few coins away from that. Few coins away from that, so let's just grab it real quick. There we go, 99 lives. Yeah, the safety event, the original release of Mario Maker 1 was actually heavily gated in terms of new elements. Like, initially you only had access to, I think, the top 2 toolbars. And they wanted people to gradually unlock the pieces as you played in a way that you would, you know, unlock things bit by bit in, say, Animal Crossing, which is a very overwhelming game if you kind of have everything developed from the start. But the thing is, they found that in Mario Maker 1, most people just kind of rushed their way through the unlocks anyway by doing the same thing you do in Animal Crossing to rush things, which is changing the date of your system and doing some other things like that. So I think because they knew there were so many returning players this time, Mario Maker 1 would want to port over some ideas and how do I start with everything unlocked? And they did start with the full palette, and so I think they tried to make up for that somewhat with story mode. Story mode would at least introduce you to how a lot of the initial items work, but and for me, like, I find that the maker interface with buttons is still not great. Like, I know all of the streamers who stream level making have to learn the button interface because you can't stream off the Switch when you're using touchscreen. I just won't compromise it. It's like, I just cannot really handle it with screen. Some people have gotten used to the making interface. The buttons, but I just find it far too cumbersome. And even some things with the touch interface are different from the Wii U, ways that are difficult to get used to for people coming in from Mario Maker 1, like notably the trigger positions of the erase and grab and copy buttons, like a much more elegant method of using shoulder buttons in Wii U. And so here in the editor, I'm just constantly erasing stuff by mistake and copying stuff when I'm in. to grab it and so on. Despite the fact that I spent a lot more time in Mario Maker 2 at this point than I ever did in 1. So as you can see, past 99 lives, we can still amass some coin. But yeah, I think, you know, for level making when you're starting out, as you probably know from very recent experience as a relatively new player, that it's very easy to just try to dump everything in your level, but the best way to make a controlled level is just to focus on a few elements at a time and just kind of say, like, I'm only going to have these 2 or 3 enemies, or I'm only going to use these mechanics, and have something that's much more focused experience. And you kind of see it already in some of the levels from veterans who are learning 3.0 for the first time, is that they have enough experience to know that they should sort of handle one thing at a time and, you know, make one level that is the blue Mecha Koopa level and one level that's the on-off jump platform level and so on. And sometimes in interesting combinations, like where you have one level where you use like maybe maximum 3 of the new elements. Not necessarily consciously saying I'm only going to use these 3, but you know, in the process of making, you just realize that that's going to be a more accessible design for players who are also learning this for the first time. Because players who are learning these mechanics for the first time, like, that is a lot of stuff to learn. Very easy to just get totally overwhelmed. And I'm constantly learning, you know, edge cases I was unfamiliar with. Particularly because on the viewer level streams I get sent a lot of troll levels to solve. And troll levels, when you solve them, a lot of it is recognizing mechanical interactions that you haven't seen before and learning how to make them function viably. Just understanding how weird things work. Wafflemeister, I'm not going to be doing viewer levels tonight, but I will be doing the regular viewer level streams in the middle of the week, likely Monday and also Monday, and so this is kind of a bonus stream that I was doing because I was running some people's worlds and new levels that I otherwise would not be running a normal viewer schedule. So tonight I think I probably just won't have time, even though I'm almost through this game. And indeed, in World 8 of this game, like, we're actually quite close to finishing. But I did already tell Fab that we would run their world afterwards. So I have a bit of a queue, and it is a sizable queue. Yeah, I mean, you know, safety is always kind of a bit of a balance. Like, I mean, aesthetic levels are fantastic if they are consistent in such a way that you know what you're signaling. So, for example, when you see Phil 32's levels here, you've seen already that he uses locked doors sometimes just to create facades of buildings, kind of like, you know, in a film set where there are fake buildings that you can't actually enter. And that's fine because it's consistent, like, they're not tricking you. It's not like one of them is secretly a key door or something that is necessary. Like, all of them are just kind of equally functionally useless, right? And so when you make aesthetic decisions like that by making a normally functional element like a key door and just using it as part of your artistic palette, like, if it's clear to the player that that's what you're doing, then there's no problem with it. But the clarity is all about being consistent. So it's just a matter of finding that balance. Oh, the cat dive cancel. It's just one of my favorite moves in this game. Hey, Alex, I'm not running the stream. Sorry, I missed your message earlier when you were also speaking out. I think I explained that too often as well. Not really doing viewer levels right now, although, Alex, I did see that since the last stream I did, you had already uploaded some new stuff, so we'll hopefully be able to see that at some point. But we'll see if I have time, because after the 8 here, I do have one additional 6-level game through. So, love how World 8 so far has been using some of the themes that have been a little underused earlier on. You could also see that Toy Box Tower was using the Fortress Tower decoration, which is a nice little coincidence because, you know, World 8 was always going to be the volcano, lava, Bowser's Castle theme. It had to be. So it's nice that you had a tower-shaped fortress that would original Sky Tower Toy Box idea. Yeah, no problem, Alex. I mean, you know I play your stuff. If I don't get to it tonight, I still will be going back to viewer levels. But yeah, I did see you had new uploads. Honestly though, people are making so much stuff with the patch that I'm going to be catching up for a while, so not every stream is going to be a stream. But it is nice that I do have the creators here for some of these. Okay. I don't remember why we were going to right to left, but we're doing it anyway. 10 coin, okay. We'll make our way through the storm system. Do I ever hop over to other people's islands on AC? Yes, I do. I did way too much of that, actually. It's to the past few weeks, just to, first of all, sell turnips, and secondly, to grab the DIY furniture. I haven't really done Animal Crossing on stream yet. I originally had some plans around that, but honestly, Mario Maker kind of got in the way, and a lot of other things got in the way, so I haven't had time. And sometimes, you know, Animal Crossing is a little bit better as a private experience anyhow when you are in the early stages of building it. But yes, I do visit people and run into the "uh-oh, we're receiving interference" screen constantly whenever I'm flying Dodo Airlines. I guess it's at least an operational airline. Can't say for a lot of other ones under present circumstance. Hey, let's figure out what to do with that P-switch. You know, let's figure out what to do with those Koopa shells as well.
Oh no!
Yep. Now, we had checked the left side already, so let's just... Ah, I see, okay. Right, we had... Whoops, check this part, and that was a big miss. So what's up here? Did we check this? Yeah, I see, this is a bit of a two-state level in its own way, I think. Like that? It's okay. Yeah, so this is a night and day two-state level, as you can see. We had noticed that much earlier, but I hadn't really pointed it out on the stream. Talking about some other things. Whoops.
Oh no!
Rocky Wrench kind of blended into the netting there. very stealthy. So much for being at 99 lives. We're now back 97. About to cover our 99 by the time we the final level. I've only had Red show up once. I had the museum under renovation yesterday. You know, one of the side effects of playing so much Mario Maker over the past day is that I completely forgot to pick up my music track from AK Slider. That's usually the one thing I never forget. Doing it in every game since I was young, and usually on a very regular basis. And the fact that Mario Maker kind of distracted me enough that I missed out on AK's operating hours is really a great source of consternation. Okay, let's be a little bit more attentive here. Let's not hit the Goom Rats. And let's make our way down. What's my favorite KK track so far? Oh, good question. Very hard to pick favorites. Since the original game, I've always had a soft spot for KK Swing. But you know, Nintendo Music has probably done way more to popularize swing and jazz and blues than people realize for a whole generation, in terms of just introducing them to the sounds and chords and the formal structures of that music in ways that will sound familiar to people when they hear them elsewhere. Like, I often compare it to the effect that a Charlie Brown Christmas had back in the day. Charlie Brown Christmas was, you know, one of the big popularizations of jazz music. Different audience. And I feel like certainly the music in Mario, and some of the music in Animal Crossing as well, although Animal Crossing covers so many genres, has done a ton of work in that respect that doesn't receive nearly enough credit. Yeah, Ragtime. I mean, now that the SMB2 mushroom is in the game, like the SMB2 overworld theme, like it's Ragtime standard in its own right in some ways. Like, remember one of my first exposures to sort of video game fan music and remix music back when that was a fairly new community was just people playing things like SMB2 Overworld on, you know, Gypsy Jazz Guitar. It's kind of perfectly structured for that. Okay, here's another POW spot. You could theoretically, I think, carry the other POW over here, but... And it's 30 coin spot, so we're actually going to... I was hoping to do that, but I guess the mushroom spawned that off. So we'll need to flow back here with a P-switch. That looks of it. Okay. Alright, let's scroll stop misting. I loved how that little L block indicator there as well. I guess it's at all unclear. Okay, this is going to be a bonus segment, obviously, because the P-switch was the main route. We fluff that. Try to do this. And then we flip that again. Okay. Fine. Oh. Wow.
No.
That was a precise miss. Okay, we'll be back to that segment in no time. Oops. Then, yeah. Yeah, Splatoon 2 is a wonderful, wonderful soundtrack. Splatoon in general. But I know that, like, people who know electronica way better than I do have a lot of things to say about Splatoon 2. Okay, let's grab the kill on these guys. Now, can I... No, I think I need to kill these first, and I don't think they should respawn kill. It's the routes to get back. Okay, yeah. Takes a while to keep all the spawning rules straight, particularly for debugging purposes. It's one of the hardest things to learn from the maker's side. Okay, let's not destroy ourselves for the sake of the 50 coin this time. Although, I kind of want to prove that we can do it safely, so let's do it. Oh, look at that, same mistake. Thought the netting was going to give us a safe landing, but it's the middle two columns of the netting that are unsafe, so let's... really do want to prove that I can do that safely. Trivial thing, but I want to do it. Notice some of the day-night swaps like the Goombas and the Coomrats, rather, in Dry Bones. A lot of little things going on. I think I remember this to be maybe my favorite of all of Phil's levels back when I played them originally, simply because, you know, the two-state idea is something you'll see a lot of makers do, but this one was, I think, particularly successful. Like, a lot of people, you know, back when Maker 1 came out, used this kind of level structure to do a link between worlds. Like, I saw multiple people try to do the high rule and low rule, or like World and Dark World concept, where you would flow through a maze in both zones, like you're doing in the day and night zones here. Very popular idea. Yeah, it's too bad that you can't really see the floor very safely here. Okay. Good. Okay. Down to grab the P-switch. I'll take it back. And through we go. Ah, the top block is missing now. But we'll have a POW. We'll work our way through this part of the maze? No, that's where we came in. That's not right. Did we neglect to do something necessary? Hang on. We grabbed VP, we came back here. I was not paying attention for a moment, hang on. Oh, I see, okay, it's almost certainly a thing. And, oh, we haven't checked this pipe. Oh no, this is just a POW pipe, okay. Now, what did we not spend the POW against? That was the way we came in. It's not that. Not this. Oh, there is the POW indicator there, so maybe it is. Well, let's check it. Let's check it. The other side, I mean. So how do we flow through this? We got the POW, we came through here, we got to the other side, we grabbed a P. Switches down here. It's got to be this center block, though, right? Like, I thought I tried it already. I feel like the whole idea was that once you busted this part open by taking the coins with the P-switch, that this is your visual clue. Yeah, okay, I wonder why I just missed that already. Peas and Powers are a very consistent swap. This level. Okay, so we're going to finish it with 98 lives, and that is going to take us 4 coins short of 9 going into, I believe, the final level. So, fantastic 8-3. I think that is probably the best one of the whole set. Then, here we go. We are almost done. Look at that. There are 91 other players, presumably, if we understand the ninjas correctly, that are saved at this point. Look at the comparison to the ninjas on the other levels. It looked like everybody who had made it this far to World 8 really wanted their momentum to carry them forward and finish this. You have very few people just kind of saving a few levels from stopping. And thank you for the GG. So here we are, final level, Bowser's Escalation Station. Oh, whoops. Should have trusted the arrow there. Do its marvelous work. Okay. Suspense indeed. Alright. We'll, grab that door, actually. Let's see what this is all about. Up. Of course, we are at 99 lives. That's not going to help us too much. Oh, just coins. Okay. Let's grab that question block up top. Seems like that could come in handy, and we'll, of course, not much vertical space here, but we'll check that wall jump, and indeed, that will be a 10 coin. Whoops. Totally saw that coming, just missed time to jump. Now, I kind of have the feeling that the aggressive power-up in this level should be the cat. But we'll see if that's actually the case. Yeah, it is the cat. Oops, claw already missed. Take that. Yeah, there's a ceiling up there. I always tend to check that out of habit. That is a bad idea. Should be a progressive power up. There we go. Come on. Come on. Whoa, smush. We should actually let the thwomp hit first and then go under. I'm being far too impatient with that. I do not have time to beat it in terms of speed. I should have known that from the start, but impatience gets the best of you sometimes, especially when you're in the final level of a very lengthy project like this that we've been playing for well over 2 hours at this point. Here we go, finally got an accurate shot. Oops. Mistake. Well, don't worry, we're not going to, I hope, blow all 96 remaining lives on this. I was thinking my ambition when I started out would be, okay, let's see how well we can do all of this with no continues, no game overs. Started with 3 lives. We have managed to get this far with just under a full bank. Okay, so we're gonna make it through here. Whoops. Lose the cat. And always love the drag effect with things that are sailing through lava. A lot of tricks you can do with that. And I have seen a number of levels that really use that extensively. Okay. Oh, you know what? We're at 98 coins. Let's grab that extra life. Checkpoints. And I grabbed a cat and your heart is pounding as you go into the final boss encounter. Well, not quite final, I think. There's, I believe, possibly an additional phase. But... I mean, I guess I could just go up and claw him in melee range. I don't particularly want to, though. I don't remember how many bomb hits he takes. Oops. Of course, just bopping him with the bombs is enough. You don't need to fully ignite it. You need to have the collision. Of course, having the bomb behind him certainly doesn't hurt. Hurt me, anyway. Yeah, just gonna bop him like that. I should have rather liked the ignition setup. Suspense and bombs. Well, that one's just gonna totally miss. Now, hitting him with a thrown object isn't going to do much. I think I really do need to explode him for a little more damage. Look at that, just bounced right off of him. There we go. And then we see this level start to crumble, and so we're going to have a climb ahead of us as we grab the cat. And I think the auto-scroll ceiling is probably more threatening to us at this point than before. Okay, so he's going to have a flight pattern over there. We're going to miss that 30 coin. Now, it's sort of interesting to see Meowser sort of used in a vertical climbing stage in what I think was very much the intended form. That, like, you can tell with the Nintendo story mode stages as well, that vision Meowser being used this way. I had a lot of time to play around with Meowser in the editor, and it is very difficult to kind of get him under control as a standard boss fight, just because of all the flight patterns that he has, all the lack of control you have over the landing, you know, just a lot of things that can be a pain if you want to build something that's more controlled boss experience. But for something like a vertical climb, like this moveset was basically built for it. Okay. Meowser takes 4 pounds. We know this. We have done a lot of Meowser fights. Super Metroid ending? Well, I don't know. That depends. Are we going to save the animals or kill the animals? We'll never find out, but I think we saved the cat. And so long to Meowser, and so long to Bill 32's Super Mario Adventure 2. As he calls it. Or in game, we see it as Super Bill 32 World. Now that was quite something. So, thank you once again to 32 for one of the larger projects I'm going to take on, Mario Maker. And thank you for the like on that level, Safety Man. I hope you get to finish it eventually. So, for those of you who don't already have it and want to see Phil's 32 course extravaganza, that's his code. I'm going to type it in chat, although I'm sure he's happy to share it with you as well. And thank you, Phil, for coming by and watching all night. I know it's in the US, probably way past your bedtime in whatever time zone you are in. And I'm glad I managed to get a complete end-to-end recording of that for your benefit. And I don't think we missed too many of those locations, those secrets that were not the secrets that, you know, you one-shot at. Like, we tried to explore that as thoroughly as we could and give that a full treatment as a traditional experience. So yeah, time for bed for you. And I'm really kind of pushing my limit as well. But since Fab is here, I will run yours, Fab. There's actually one thing I had to do before that. There's one brief level that I told somebody I would record and playtest for them. This should be a short one. It's just a one level I'll run, and then I will get to Fab in it. Hopefully I will finish yours, although we'll see how late in that. I am already way past my estimated time. So thank you once again for Phil, for the levels, and for joining us all night. And enjoy the recording for posterity. And yeah, that's the Flying Circuits World by Fab. So Blurg is just somebody who told me that they had returned from MM1 and are kind of new to this game, and just kind of tagged me with this course in Discord, and I did just tell them earlier that I would record it, so we'll navigate a lake full of plumbing, see what kind of secrets we can uncover. And I think this will be a nice little interstitial level before we get on to a slightly bigger project, which I'm told is a little more challenging. Okay, so we're just going to take the upper segment. A lot going on in the lower segment that seems to be explorable with the frog. And yeah, sure, we'll take a look at that too. Okay, fire is going to be a little more useful here. We're going to lose that very quickly. Yeah, pretty easygoing level, but it's one that kind of gives you a lot of flexible options for going above or below. It's probably quite a lot that we haven't seen about it. This is just the overworld path that we saw earlier. And we're just going to bust our way through. That looks like the intended path, but I'm going to ignore that and see what we messed up here. A cheap bounce over our heads and grab another frog suit. Wonderful. Oh, and we're going to lose that very quickly. That's fine. I'm sure there will be more. Yeah, have a good night, Phil. Or a good morning, really. Glad we could treat you to that full experience. So for those who don't know, Phil actually did make a World 9. I don't know if those levels are still up. Of course, they wouldn't fit into the context of the 8-world layout. But I do remember that World 9 coming up a few months after the original set. So, that's something to play independently. You can dig far down his list if they are indeed still available. Yeah, very SMB3 like level, except of course just bigger, much bigger. And yeah, it looks like there are probably some things that we're not doing here that are based on using the frog suit for running across the surface of the water. That's not something we've taken advantage of yet. And given the openness of this layout, I'm sure that's something that is part of the intended design. But we'll just have a bit of a swim and look around. And here's a coin path that takes us up to the goal. Exercise a bit of swimming accuracy. Whoops. Or not. No, it doesn't take us up to the goal, it just takes us up to a bonus location. It's okay. Yeah, so this is very much the kind of level that I think a lot of traditional makers with a sense of polish like to start out with. That a lot of people, you know, really love to make these explorable multipath courses only to see most players blast right through them. I had a 3-minute time there. You know what? It has few enough plays on it that clearly no record will hold. Let's just try to do it quickly. Try to snatch the record, at least temporarily. And then I'll get to Fab's World. Oh, nope, should have just gotten a star there. I don't think we had even seen that path previously, so... Oh no, yeah, we had. Yeah, we had. I was confusing it with something else. Or maybe just not paying attention. Yeah, we're definitely getting. And there we go. Not a very tight record by any means, but at least we are setting some reasonable standards. Easily beatable, I think. So, whenever Blurg gets a chance to review that video, thank you, Blurg. Okay, let's get to Fab. Now, depending on difficulty, I really don't know if I'll be awake enough to finish. I will at least take it to the first game over. And then we'll decide from there, depending on what your starting bank of lives is. 30 lives, we probably won't hit game over for a while, but we'll see how I do. Safety of man, how difficult it is to get medals. Pretty difficult from what I've seen. The maker medals, actually we know a surprising number of people, like some of those makers I featured here, who do have those, but they are super, super popular and high on the leaderboards. The ones that require actual player records, I think, are pretty limited. No, mistake. I should have looked ahead of that. That was visible. Was not thinking. Nope, that's gonna be a problem. Tried to save myself there with a wall jump. Look at those Tetris blocks. And the Tetris block arrangement. Yeah, this is poor estimate on the timing of the long chain here. Beep, beep, beep. Here we go. Yeah, see you around, Alex. And Alex, we will play some of your newer selections when I'm able to, and of course you are pretty regular on my viewer level stream, and sure we'll see some of your levels there as well. So yeah, doing well so far once we learned to read some of the pipes. I'm sure it was a challenge with how much space everything takes up in 3D world to create those glass pipe setups as an escalating challenge while keeping things horizontally rather readable on screen. I'm not too tired to play Mario. I probably am too tired to talk coherently. Okay. Oh, we could have made that, but didn't. Okay. Up and up and up. A lot of verticality to this. This reminds me of some other level I played, I think. But I played a bunch that were using the circus theme for a similar on-off setup where it's all about accurately reading the on-off pattern. I'm missing all kinds of alternate routes here, I'm sure. Yeah, it's pretty readable though. Simply because, you know, everything takes place in these really long columns. Oh, we could have skipped over to the left there if I didn't. Whoops. In fact, skipping over to the left might be a better answer here. Oh, no. It's okay, we'll puzzle this out. Whoop. No. I'm really grateful for this glass pipe here as a safety net, which is very good circus design practice for a safe environment for the performers. Lego, this is one of the last things I'll be playing today, so I'm not doing viewer submissions anymore today. I was just clearing existing worlds, but I do viewer level streams elsewhere in the week. Currently planning to do so Monday and Wednesday. So hopefully I will be able to see your new level then. I know that there are a lot of new creations that come out since the patch, so I do want to play them. But tonight we have been going for a few hours, and I am just about done. Okay, we're back here. That was a mistake. Okay. Yeah, let's try to take the same path as before, leftwards. I do kind of like the spatial puzzle element. Oh, whoops. Wanted to slide and wall jump there. I just missed timing for it. And we'll head up top. Let's see if this is going to be far enough. Yes, it is. Yeah, very much a mid-air experience. Transition through that part of the world. I see, because you're trying to stitch it together to make it look like one continuous vertical ascent, even though you are weaving in between the main world and the vertical subworld. I see what's going on there. Nope. Nope. Well, the checkpoint placement at least is going to help us out here. Nope. Just missed a wall jump there. We could definitely have made that. Okay. Nope. It's pressing into that last wall jump a little bit late on both those previous occasions. Okay. Timing is way off here. There we go. Well, I mean, you have to remember, Fab, that I am seeing your pathways for the first time and solving them as a puzzle. I think that must be Owl there, Nocturne Owl, who has the 2-minute time I recognize his Boo Face avatar. Thank you for the G. Yeah, safety. I do think that the world layout matches these designs pretty well. I mean, everything here is kind of floating in midair, and so it does have a bit of an abstract look to it, but it is very clear for the levels where that's necessary. And I do like how they have very clear single concept focus, even though they do feel like they belong as part of the same kind of world. This level feels kind of familiar to me too, but I think I saw a similar sort of sky circus concept, probably. When people were using the elements in much the same way, erratic challenge. You're only going to see so many variations of those. Okay, no, I need to hit them all in order and quickly. So, let's do it again. Let's do it quickly. Left side first. Right side. Oh, that was a big mess. Okay. But yeah, I really do appreciate the retry attempts. They're not even checkpoint dependent, they're just retries, which is nice. Frees you up to use checkpoints when they're actually better placed. Here it's all doing learning how to do it with speed and consistency, which I have not had. Moreover, this is all very focused on the obstacles themselves. Like, it's not about killing the player, it's not about avoiding enemies, it is all about just negotiating that one style of obstacle. Nope, too late. That is a big restart now. Left. Yeah, you need to track these in alternate directions in order to keep the correct platforms alive. Okay. The little 2-coin indicator there was kind of nice. It's a little extra emphasis on the intended path. I mean, I think it's fine to rely on the player there to figure out that you need to alternate paths like that. Okay, so we see a number 3, we see a number 2, and we see a number 1, so let's hit them in order. Now, here's the problem with numerical indicators, by the way. That you have to ask yourself, do you follow the numbers? Or do you follow some other kind of order. Like basically, I don't know if I can explain it, but there are two ways of interpreting numbers. You see them laid out like that for things like combination locks. Because I was definitely thinking like, you hit 1, you hit 2, you hit 3, and then the timing is not going to work that well. Maybe, I don't know. Oh, I see, you actually do need to start from the top. Yeah, that's right, that's right. So that is correct. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I'm not very coherently explaining the number thing, but it is a playtesting issue that I've encountered before when using numbers to tell people stuff. I should have done a long jump there. Oh, actually, no. What it is it's more when you put the numbers beside each other in sequence. Like when you label the individual objects like that, like 3 over to 3 block, 2 over to 2 block, 1 over to 1 block, that's fine. But if you just put a 3-digit code in front of people, then they start interpreting that differently. They start wondering, okay, do I hit the third one from the right first, or do I hit the first one third, right? That probably wasn't a very good explanation either, but basically, if you ever do any kind of clue that's based on a numerical combination where you are spelling out the whole number together as one unit, there's a bit of a playtesting trap to watch out for. So yeah, I'm glad you understand what I mean. Okay, so I'm going to start working with thwomps into this concept. That's going to be a push. That's going to be a bit timing dependent, and we'll survive that just fine. Nice. For a clean little wall jump indicator there. Nope, that's not going to be okay, no, we need to lead this guy. Lead him up, and then hit the other block. So let's wait for that one to work first. Whoops. Gonna check around this area, although I don't imagine that you'll give me much to work with other than the mushroom. Nor did we really need much beyond that, so. Okay, let's slip down here. And they should let up and let me go to the left, right? Unless we missed a timing or something. Okay, so we'll need to figure out an order for this, but not until we've seen what they actually do. Oh, I see, okay. There'll be some kind of pushing that's required. Alright, let's just take a moment to pull this out. Whoops.
Oh no!
Yeah. Honestly, safety of man, it's probably for the best with the 3D world style that you're not already way too attached to advanced technical tricks that you can do with the standard styles, because 3D world disappointed a lot of experienced makers originally because they were still thinking in terms of the same technical setups and for advanced tricks, when 3D world just requires a very different kind of thing. It's actually a very powerful tool set. Oh, I see, okay. Hit that from the right when you are underneath. Okay. I get it. I get it. I like the little puzzle element here. Send that sailing. And we did that wrong. Okay, let's do that again. We have to go over. But yeah, exclamation blocks are one of the most powerful things in the 3D World set, I would say. I have not really gotten use out of them, but that's because I just haven't finished the concept with them. But people who know how to use exclamation blocks, boy, they get tons of use out of them. Lots of amazing creations. Okay, you have to be really quick. Alright, let's redo this whole segment. I feel like I need to hit this first, this second. And then there's a whole little bonus pathway to the left here. Oh no, that's actually just a main pathway. Oh, whoops. And we'll take the little bonus slot instead of the actual exit. Once again, thank you for the glass pipe safety net. Yeah. The strength of the 3D world a lot of people will play into is just the expressivity of Mario's moveset. It's very flexible when it comes to platforming, and that makes it great for traditional levels. Because the player just has so much power. I see, I need to get pushed on top of that block. Okay. And I need to let the thwomp push me in time. Yeah. I know.
Oh no!
That's not going to be fast enough. Actually, no, I need to push the block on the right first, and then let the one on the left boost me up. Or just use the thwomp and ride it. Nice. Great little puzzle interaction. But yeah, that's the kind of thing you do in 3D World. There's a bit of lag, are you saying, on the video? It might be. I'll see. It seems like the video quality looks clear on my end, but I'll always be wrong. I'm just glad that the sound hasn't choked at all this stream, because I've been struggling with that for quite a while, getting everything technically in order. Hey, we're almost done. Okay, no issues. Okay, good. Alright, so this will be the last one of the set, and it's going to be based on the creepers. Oh, whoops. There we go. Nope, that was my mistake. And then we need to track this one as well as that one, so... What is this? Long? No, can't. I need to rethink this. Hang on. Ground pound into... No. We'll see. Not sure I totally remember what the interaction should be, but I'll figure that out. And follow the coin trail. The coin trail is an important little piece of evidence here. And there's a respawning mushroom, but I guess the mushroom is mostly there to permit you ground pound through blocks. Whoops. Now, I think let's do a hard pound. Yeah, because I'll give you a double stomp there. I actually don't know if I for sure knew that interaction, that you would have a double retraction with a ground pound. Like, I'm probably sure I've used that before, but without really understanding, and that's what is going on. Oh, whoops, miss. Yeah, here I think the camera is a little hard to see, but... Oh, I see, we need to ground stomp on the lower. So yeah, we can do it. No. Need to ground stomp after that. Yeah. This is maybe the first level I've seen that really makes use of that specific mechanic. Nope. Not fast enough. We needed to get back up there. Hitboxes in a 3D set are a little wonky. No, I would say they're no worse than what you would see with some of the object hitboxes. Normally, like, you know, even in a standard style things like grinder and bumper boxes, grinder boxes, and what's the other thing? The one-tile spikes, like they very weird. 3D World, the thing to keep in mind is that instead of being based on stacking, everything just kind of collides as 3D objects in 3D space, right? So some things are not always going to happen on a block by block, tile by tile basis like you would ordinarily expect of the other Mario themes, simply because you're working with these like chunky 3D collisions. Okay. Seems like I should have ground stomped on, whoops,
Oh no!
the one on the left as well in order to give it a bit more room. I don't want to just accidentally bounce on the, whoops, I'm patient. I see, so you can ground stomp, miss.
Oh no!
Okay. Let's just try to execute this. Oh, no, too impatient again. Whoops.
Oh no!
Yeah, let's try to be slightly more cautious about that. Okay, that was not enough. We need to maybe use some single jumps like here. No, I wanted to jump on the one on the left to get it back one more spot, so it gives me a little more room to play with. Yeah, I discovered that hard way in the first 3D World level I made as well. I created a little bit of a sort of bonus spot with the fire piranhas that just ended up damaging the player instead. Landed on it with bad timing. Because the standard fire piranha plants, like when they shoot their fire, they have a bit of a way of what is it? Snapping forward. Snapping forward in such a way that if you try to jump on them, you could hit them too far in the back. I'm going to look at this. I feel like I need to look at it. Whoa. So that mainly just allowed that guy to spawn. Alright, let's go with it. Oops. Okay. Kind of cheesed that a little bit with the damage we took, but not going to complain. So I like how you have a little... Well, I mean, this is a return pipe, but it's also a bit of a scouting segment. So we'll actually have to watch this pattern closely. And back up. No. A wall jump up, I think. No, we just need to be... Go. Okay, no, let's do a double hit on that. Bounce back up. Single hit does this. Okay, we didn't actually get a double hit. Oh my goodness. Okay, let's rethink this. Clearly, the solution I'm trying is wrong. Because you want to retract that one by 2 pieces. And then... let's see. Need some way to get on top of the lower one. So that's a double retraction, and that will leave it on its side. There we go. Okay, too impatient once again. No, we need a double hit on that. Sometimes I'm kind of doing it by trial and error rather than intuitively, but that's fine. I mean, lots of generous chances to retry, so long as you're really careful. This is a bit of an issue. The jump block that was supposed to send you here once. I feel like post-checkpoint, that's maybe a bit of a problem. I don't know how you didn't pick that up in a clear check. Because that just bounces you back, doesn't it? Oh, what's the story behind that avatar? There was a kind of joke I made back in the Wii era about the formation of Plato's Wii Public rather than Plato's Republic, and so I thought it would be funny back then to Photoshop that image of Plato in the Acropolis, just kind of holding a Wiimote with his little Mario cap. That's all there is to it. It's just that, like, when I started a forum account, I decided to dig up that old image because it was really the only sort of video game avatar that I had. I have a few more images to work with now that I've taken tons of screenshots in games like Odyssey. Yeah, I'm glad you recognize that. It's always nice to see people catch on to that stuff. Yeah, I guess we'll have to be very careful about dodging the warp block here. Oh, what did I say? We have to be careful about dodging the warp block. So yeah, just one quick tip in the future. If you want to do one-way exits in the 3D world style, use the donut blocks, because the falling donut blocks in the 3D world style collide from below. And since they collide from below, they work as a one-way gate. No. Yeah, I mean, you probably almost certainly want to re-upload that to fix it. I'm really surprised you didn't pick it up after the clear check, given that that's something that would show up when you're trying out your checkpoints. Oh, whoops. That's more of a camera issue on that guy. We'll have to think about how to get up there. Oops. Okay, like I said, we're going to go until game over. But anyway, that's what playtesting is for. I will hopefully get this down before burning another 13 lives on it. Given how some of these attempts are going as I try to circumvent that warp block, we will see. Okay. BDDJ, this is really going to be the last thing I do tonight because we have been going for way too long. We did a whole 32 course world earlier. If you drop me a follow, I will hopefully be able to play yours one of my regular viewer level streams, which I run during the week. I'm currently planning to do it Monday and Wednesday. So thank you for that. And, so yes, I do play viewer levels, just not tonight or this morning, depending on your time. Because I am pretty much finished after this level. This will be the last thing I do, and see the flag ahead of us. I don't have the uptime bot, but I can tell you my uptime number. We have been up for over 4 hours. I probably should set up the uptime bot in case we want to check that. Okay, we need to figure out how to get around it. There we go. Bit dangerous, but we did. I don't even know if that was the expected route or if you needed to bop the one on the left a little bit more for the wall jump, but I will take that clear. So, was that only number 5? Or, oh, that's right, you had a 6th one that's in the world after. Okay, like I said, I'm only going until game over. Probably. I mean, if I feel like I'm close and making progress, maybe do something about this. But I forgot that we were only on number 5. Okay. This will be the last one I do. We have bombs back. Okay, well. Oh, whoops. See that coming? Should have seen that coming. I was trying to take a peek at the swamp on the other side. Okay, we're going to have to... yeah. Back around this way. Then lead the target here. Yep. Yeah. The puzzle interactions are very satisfying. I like that, you know, it's partly a mental game. The execution is not too big a deal. But I'm generally in favor of, like, more kind of live problem solving in Mario Maker. Yeah, because I think some people have this very clean separation between puzzle levels and platforming levels, when really I appreciate things that are standard platforming, but that kind of argue to use your head. Very satisfying when you do it right. Oops. Yeah, I like how there's a little bit of a wall slide that goes into that solution. Oh. See them alternate there. Nope. Not fast enough. I knew what I was supposed to do there. Not fast enough. Nope. Getting impatient here. We'll just take greater advantage of the wall slide, I think,
Oh no!
to get into the correct position to make that ascent. Okay, timing seemed to work pretty smoothly that time. Yeah,
Oh no!
timing did not work smoothly on that segment, and I messed it up last time too. I was pretty reliant on taking damage to get through that part, so I feel like I haven't mapped that out yet. Okay, a little bit off there, but that's what the mushroom is for. Let's stretch the camera up a bit before we attempt this. Okay. Yeah, it didn't feel like I really properly solved that. Having the buffer of the mushroom does help quite a bit. Okay, so this is just going to tell me what kind of setup to advance going into the next checkpoint. Oh, whoops. Yeah, we definitely relied a little bit on damage to get through some of those segments without really properly figuring them out. I do think that with that one, camera positioning was something I had to keep an eye on in a couple of places in terms of seeing where I was going, but that's just something that is ordinarily something you have to test pretty thoroughly when it comes to vertical setups like that. So, really great to see this whole set of levels, all elaborations of very similar concepts, but in a way that was very focused and unique, so thank you for that, Fab. And yeah, I'm glad that this was a useful playtesting session for you, as I got to see your own uploads in action and see how differently I was reading it compared to how you may have envisioned it when testing some of the layouts yourself. But the puzzle element was very satisfying and I think generally quite solvable. Execution mistakes tended to be the bigger obstacle for me when it comes to things like the flops at the end. Yeah. So, glad you enjoyed that. I mean, you know, the whole thing does kind of seem like it's floating in space, so I don't know if you want to do anything with it further aesthetically within the limits of the 3D world style, but I think the visual clarity generally works as it is for the 3D platforming segments. I think the only thing would be, you know, if you are tweaking it anyway, some of the segments that are already inaccessible could maybe use some support for the floating structures or something, but I know that you want the whole thing to feel like an aerial exercise, and so it's generally fine. I think the safety nets, those levels, were quite generous as well with all the glass pipes. So, thank you so much for joining me for so long tonight. That is really going to be it for me. Whoops, that is the wrong one. There we go. I was clicking on the wrong card. So that's going to be it for me tonight. I'm going to see if there are any live streams. I totally messed up the raid in my previous stream where my Twitch indicator of who was online was not up to date, and that's how I just sent everybody to an offline stream. I'm going to try to do a little better at that this time and hopefully send you folks off to somebody who is active with something like viewer levels at this hour, or maybe just a Mario stream in general. And that will be all from me today, and we'll be back to a regular viewer level program on weekdays, some weekdays. We'll be adjusting our schedule according to what I'm able to do this week, and at the same time I do have my own level to work on, so I can't just be playing and testing Mario Maker absolutely all the time, but we still have a massive backlog to get through. And with that, I bid you good night or good morning wherever you are, or maybe even good afternoon by now. So, have a nice day, and that'll be all from me.